special session mayor and city council meeting, 11:15 a.m. Monday, May 11, 2026. City Hall Council Chambers calls meeting to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Bonilla, do the honor. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Welcome, Ms. Montiel. Okay, we go to item number 3, fiscal year 2026-2027 budget. 8, budget workshop regarding the presentation and discussion of the 2026-2027 preliminary budget. Mr. Steve?
Well, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you. Good morning again. Okay, so we have, you all have the draft of the fiscal year 2027 budget. Emphasize this is a draft. It will change through the course of our discussions with you, and anything else that we may need before we go to the tentative budget, which is scheduled for next week sometime. So it will go hard when you pass the tentative budget. Up until now, it's only a draft. Okay, so all discussion is yours and the department heads. Just a couple of notes, because we need your input on a couple of different items before we can go to the tentative budget. Number one, no adjustments to wages are in this draft. Okay. We have provided you with, I think, about 9 or 10 different scenarios of what might be useful for you to determine what those adjustments will be moving forward. So hopefully we will have that as a part of this discussion, so Sergio can get that into the draft as quickly as possible so that we can see what the impact will be on the budget. Okay. Number 2, the water fund. If you notice when you went through it, water fund is 0. Water fund is in the hole. Water fund is going to need about a $1.2 million infusion. It's going to have to be done with this budget. There's 2 possible places where that money can come from that we're able to use. One would be the general fund reserve. The other one would be the sewer fund reserve. We've spoken with the auditor about both of those options. Of course, you won't be giving money to the water fund. You'll be loaning money to the water fund, which will have to be paid back. And working out the details of that will be something that we do once we know where the money is going to come from, and then we'll need some advice from legal in terms of how we structure that specifically, but that should be relatively simple to structure. We'll say more about the water fund when we get to it, but obviously, in addition to that infusion of cash in order to keep it solvent, we're going to, not with the budget, but about the same time you adopt the budget, you're going to have to do something you haven't done in 10 years, and that would be increase the rates. And we're going to have to increase them by a pretty substantial amount. It doesn't all have to happen in a single year, but it's going to have to happen over a very short period of time in order to make it whole again. And that's not just me talking, that's not just the auditor talking, that's our funding agencies talking as well. And, we've got work we need to do in the water fund, and they want to see skin in the game on the part of the city. in order to continue funding our needs. And as you know, already the needs are substantial. So anyway, since I haven't sat here before through one of these, I don't know if you want to go through them in the order which they appear in the book, or if you would rather do it some other way. It's your call, Mr. Mayor.
We'll go as you presented, please. That way.
Okay.
Okay, in front of you, you have the budget workshop draft book. And we can start with, which is on page 4, which will be the general revenues, just so you can have an outlook, an idea how the revenues are looking for, the expectation of revenues for next fiscal year. We currently are at, based on this book, the numbers, when I pull the numbers, it's at, we're at 11.8 million. We still have the rest of May and the rest of June. We're expecting maybe around 12 million, maybe a little bit more. We're just being conservative on the numbers that we selected. If you're aware, revenues we're at the level that they're actually not increasing like they used to. So they're kind of leveling off compared to how it was for the last couple of years. And that is the reason that why some of the numbers we're keeping the same based on the historic of what the activity has been happening in that fiscal year, and we can just continue to monitor.
And if I can interject also, we're trying to take into consideration as best we can what the impacts of tariffs are going to be and what the impacts of the war in the Middle East are going to be. Unfortunately, when you get down to the local level, that's pretty hard to predict. But we all know that tariffs have had an impact, and that the war is going to have an impact too, probably less so than tariffs. But it exists, it's out there, and we're trying to be conservative based on those world events having an impact on local budgets.
Just right off the bat, on the current sales tax, we're already at 1,702,000, and you're dropping it 200,000 for next year?
For the public safety portion, this is
Tax revenue.
which is because we have two current sales tax. One that will say it's cut off, it'll just say public. That's the one that we dropped. That's the one that you're questioning.
That public safety?
Yes, it's the public safety portion that we collect.
What's the reason?
And again, it's at the time when I had the numbers, it was numbers from when I put in the numbers at 1.5 million, is that we didn't have that many. And again, because every month it changes. So like right now, when I pulled the full report, it included extra revenues that came in after it was determined.
So you're still looking at dropping the?
We're trying to be conservative, as Mr. Hawken explained.
What I don't see is, okay, tariff and all that, it's been making, obviously, it's been a hardship on everybody, but yet prices are going up. That means higher prices, more taxes revenue.
Correct.
If people spend.
Oh, we gotta eat. We gotta,
Well, I'm not talking about food necessarily.
And I see it that no matter we put a $80 tomato box on for sale, it's selling like crazy. It is getting hard on the home consumption, but the higher it is, the higher the tax amount is going to recover the tax or the amount of purchasing.
We can always put it back at 1.7, which is the number that we had. At the time, I had barely 1.5. That's why.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not all about food and gas.
No, I know.
It's all consumer goods. Consumer goods spending is definitely down, and it's down locally just as much as it is nationwide.
Page 4.
And you're gonna be seeing that for the rest of this year anyway.
Just as public. It's the third line. Go ahead, continue.
Go ahead.
Okay, so going down this page is that based on the numbers that I had, again, these were back in mid-April. So the determination of what numbers was coming in, one of the things is that we did notice that they weren't coming in as much as they were this year, last year. And as I've explained and presented on the monthly financial reports, is that comparing the revenues to this fiscal year compared to last fiscal year, they've been tragically going, I mean, not really a big change, but they're not as high as they were last year. And that is the reason that we're trying to be more conservative in ways that saying that we're not going to be receiving this extra, because it's better to estimate how much revenues we're going to get and then actually overestimate the numbers to make sure that when we're doing the budget for the expenses, we don't over budget.
Shared revenue was actually a bit of a surprise. We were all expecting actual drops in shared revenue, and that did not happen across the board. Just a little bit in the transaction privilege tax portion went down because of the Santan Valley incorporation. That took $47 million out of the big part of the pie. And so the state government must be, they must be forecasting their revenues are going to go up, because otherwise our revenues would have gone down, because the pie is this big, and now we've got another city with a very large population taking a piece out of the pie. So I'd say there we did pretty well.
So on page 4, I guess the biggest change will be the occupational business licenses. As you can see that if you look at the historic view, we collected 751,000 back in fiscal year 24. 23, we got about 703, a little bit less than that. And right now at this point, we're at 562,000. So what's that? Yeah, it went less. So that's why we lowered that amount for next fiscal year, because we see a trend that it's going down. So that's one of the biggest decreases. Again, when it comes to this current sales tax for the portion of the public, we can always put at 1.7. At the time, I had less than 1.5. That is the reason that I lowered it. I didn't want to overstate our revenues for next fiscal year. On the next page, one of the increases we had was for recreational fees. They've been adding different programs to their summer youth programs and also the golf course, the driving range. Revenues actually have been increasing. So those two were one of the increases that we had on this for revenues. And then let me see, rental lease income, that was increased a little bit more because of the taking into consideration the Palo Duro lease. If you go down the page in page 5, you'll see that there's a change in the interfund loan transfer. That was $118,000 that we had lent the previous fiscal year to the water fund, and at the beginning of the fund they paid us, so that's why it's at zero. That's mostly just to track any loans that we lent to any other funds. Yes.
Go ahead. Turn on your mic, please.
The unfunded liability, this is it's not budgeted. It's mostly on the pension portion of all
The debt, yeah, I know, but where, you'll get to that.
That's a balance sheet item.
Yeah,
It's
the
not a
balance
budget
sheet,
item.
which wasn't part of it.
Right.
Which I emailed you. Okay, thank you.
And then on page 6, the other decrease was on the miscellaneous revenues. We would normally get dividends from our liability insurance, and this was the first year that they sent that out, that they weren't giving dividends, so we had to lower it because normally we get a check from AMRP. So we don't want to budget in case they decide not to hand over a check either.
Yeah, well, they've already notified us there won't be a dividend this year, so.
On the carry forward, how come we're just dropping 2 million?
Carry forward is normally calculated based on the current revenues that came in and the current expenditures at the time of the calculation. So you normally get your current, your carry forward. You will add your revenues to it that they came in, and then you subtract all the expenditures. But at the time, again, when we're working on the budget, we start off in April, we start in May, so we're not including all the revenues, all the expenditures. And that's basically how it's being calculated this year. I decided to kind of go back a little bit more and check the full amounts of all the revenues that came in and all the expenditures. And in certain departments, expenditures increase, which, you know, fluctuates the amount that you can carry forward to the following year. So that is the reason that number is just because it includes, I went back about 6 years to make sure that we're including all the revenues that have come in throughout the last 6 years and the expenditures as well. Since, again, we only worked on the numbers that we have at the time. We don't really include, when we're calculating this number, we're not really including all the revenues, all the expenditures for May and June.
Go ahead.
It's decreased a little bit based on the calculations of how it was being done before, because the calculations was being done based on numbers normally that were from April. From April. It
Yeah.
actually, yeah, a little bit. Yeah. Mhm.
Yep. That's true.
Mike?
Page 7. Yes. So this is the non-departmental. So one of the changes was that we did increase was the other professional services, and that's basically because of to have enough for the consulting or everything based on the situations that we're at, just in case, because of certain departments, when we're getting the consultation for HR, like it happened a few months ago, we discussed about how it had to come out of the city manager's budget to actually pay for the HR consultant at the time. So we just wanted to make sure that we're other changes were based on the general insurance building and not the deductible, the vehicles, building and general insurance. Based on AMRP, they're increasing some of the other prices. So the cost of the whole, liability insurance has increased. So we're making sure that we're also considering the new building that. Excuse me?
Building,
Yes, the admin building and also the communication building.
so that's embedded in here?
Correct.
Cost.
Mhm. See on the next page.
I have a question.
Sure.
Because I'm looking at, on the category 75, where it's 150 and 150, how is that money spent, or what is that?
Which one is it?
Category 75, the last one on the page, 150, 150.
Services from other agencies. That's what the mayor and council has decided to, that's where it goes to the Port Authority, Chamber, and to other agencies.
Is the other additional 50,000, is that for in-kind?
That's what
Or it's up to, what is it, Mayor?
As far as
what
I,
we've been doing for
Yeah.
the kinds
So
and
the
all.
50,000 is for the in-kind that has been approved, will be approved?
if that's what the
If you
mayor,
approve this budget, it will be approved.
Yeah, So I'm assuming, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
ahead.
It's the Chamber, Port Authority,
And other agencies.
and other agencies,
If I
that's,
could recall, that's a couple of years ago, that's what was decided.
so it's 50 for that. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
And on the next page, you have the reserve, which is actually, is an increase of 2.9 million. That's more about the unbudgeted revenues. On page 8, on the reserve, which shows a 2.9 increase of reserve.
Category 80.
And any of the expenditures that we end up cutting in the general fund will go back into the reserve. So it doesn't really lower or change the bottom line number of the total budgeted. It's just fluctuates between the reserve. Either if we increase a line item, we pull it out of reserve. If it decreases, then it goes back into reserve. Just to give you that information.
Mayor, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Mr. Polkin, earlier you had said that there was, in your opinion, that we needed to look possibly at increasing the utility rates. Is it fair,
To what?
the utility rates, water rates?
Oh, okay.
You made that comment.
Yes.
Right? So, so this reserved here cannot, just to make it clear for the public, we can't use the reserves to balance the utility
The water fund?
water fund. Yeah, I call it utility because it covers the sewer too. So can you clarify that, please, so the public
Well,
can know that?
These are, what we're talking about right now are general fund
Exactly.
revenues, okay? You can loan money to another fund, okay? So if you wanted to use general fund dollars to make that loan to the water fund, then it would come out of the general
General
fund
fund.
reserves, okay? And if you wanted to do it out of one of the other utility funds, then it would be coming from there. So that would only be the case if if you decided to make that loan from the general fund.
Yeah. Thank you.
Turn on your mic, Mr. Duff.
Turn on your mic.
He doesn't.
So from the contingency reserve to the reserve we're talking about, I thought the contingency was where you kind of drew money from, but it's the general reserve?
Yeah, it would be the general fund reserve is where the money would come from.
Okay. So how does it affect the contingency reserve when you draw money from there?
Well, the question was asked right now, okay? And whether, the general fund, this contingency reserve is one item. You've got another reserve a couple pages back, your general fund reserve, could come out of there.
Okay, so there's there are two different ones. Okay, that's what I wanted to do.
Yeah, but it's all general fund at
It's the
this
same
point.
money, though.
What we're talking about right now is the same pot of money.
Okay.
Same money.
All right,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we go to the next page. We're gonna go to the mayor's department, page 9.
Mayor, may I have I have a,
Go ahead.
yeah, I have my mic on.
Yes.
Just before we go on, I just want to make it the summary of all funds, which is included in the packet at the very beginning, Sergio. I wanted to ask you, how did you come up before we move on into the departments? How did you come up with the $10.8 million on the, you put street funds, but it's a HERF.
HERF? Yes.
Yeah, how did you come up with that?
So what happened is that they have
The
the $6.2 million that they just received. So that we need
Okay.
to budget, and since we never had it budgeted in the last fiscal year, it came in, so we have to budget it because they need to expense it out on those three street projects.
Okay, and I knew you explained that because this morning I looked up what the amount is. It's public information, and we're at 3 million right now. The state revenue amount for the city of Nogales is 3 million as we speak this morning, and you put 10 million. So can you kind of explain to me a little bit
Okay.
about that?
Sure.
Just so in my mind I
let me
can be
skip
kind of
to the-
comfortable with
to
it.
the
Then you'll go back Oh, we could just wait and.
We can, I mean, if we want to, we'll get to that department.
Okay,
If we want
we'll
I
get
can-
to that department, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if it's I mean, it's there, that says $3 million as we spend.
Yeah,
It's
I
got
had
off
to.
right now from the website.
Yeah, I had to add the 6.2 million to the revenues because we already received it. It's already in the bank.
Okay,
So we had to include the 6.2 million as the carry forward for that project, and then added the 6.2 million as expenditures as well for the projects. So we have to keep them separately. We don't want to include the 6.2 million on their operating budget. It's because it's only for those three projects. So that is, so if you grab that 10 point, what I think I put 10.8, you subtract the 6.2, then you'll drop it down to based on the revenues that are
Yeah.
coming in, expected revenues and their carry forward.
yeah. So that information on the website will be like updated, like,
Yes,
hopefully.
yes.
Yeah, okay.
Back to page 9, that's the mayor's.
Nothing much to say here other than the fact that it's pretty similar to last year or the current year, as the case may be.
I'm good.
So any questions of the mayor's?
Just have a question. I'm looking at the travel mileage on category 68. So in 2025, it was at 9,911 and it went up to 25,000. Why such a big increase? Like,
Okay, so the budget for this fiscal year is 25,000. So far, he spent 9.9, well, 9,900, a little over that. And he's just carrying the same budgeted amount for the next fiscal year. One is actual, and the other ones are the budgeted amounts.
Yeah, fiscal 25 is actual and fiscal 24 is actual. So it's been much higher. So we left it the same because it's been up around 25 in the past.
so being that it's a draft, we can always come back and decrease it, right?
Yeah, it can always be.
These numbers can change.
These numbers
until
can
you-
change.
Until you pass your tentative budget, you can change it.
Okay,
Go ahead.
let's go to the next page, which is the councils. And this one seems to be budgeted the same.
So I have a question about that. Looking at one of the council members that we're only, our budget, we have a certain budget, and if you go over almost double, where does that money come from to cover that?
Okay, for this budget, there was a transfer done from past administration, city manager, that they, because it was overspent, so a budget transfer was done back into this line item. And that is the reason that it's the budget seems to be higher in that. And that line item, for the next fiscal year, it's right back to what it's supposed to be budgeted.
Go ahead, Ms. Good.
I have a question on the health insurance for the council, just so we could be transparent about it. Health insurance is paid for council members and mayor. Yeah,
Can you speak up?
Yeah,
yeah, it's because I have a cold. The health insurance, it's embedded into the cost.
correct.
So if you see the cost, just it is about $100,000 for health insurance coverage. Just
Correct.
want it to be in public, just so that it could be noted.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank
it is budgeted within.
Yeah, you did. You did. Just wanted it to be noted that it gets paid. Thank you.
Sergio, does this number reflect from the insurance, the increase from the health insurance? The 108,000, is that the new rate? Yeah.
Let me see, what's the,
What was last time? 98?
let me just get that form real quick. It was 1,200 a month, and it's 1,800 if I'm not mistaken, or 1,500 a month. I just want to give you the right number. Yeah, that includes the increase.
Yeah. If I may, Mayor. I
Go
think
ahead.
it's reflected in the amount you gave us earlier. And I think we discussed that in one of the insurance meetings. Because it's a different amount from last year, so you factored it in, that's good. The additional increase,
Yes.
right? Okay, thank you.
Any other questions with? Okay, we're gonna go to the city manager's budget on page 11. For other professional services, you will see a decrease, and that's where past administration had increased it, and that's where we ended up paying the consultant for HR this fiscal year. So it was increased with a transfer. Other than that, it's just almost similar to the previous year.
And Sergio, what kind of expenditures are, professional services are tied to the city manager's budget?
So from there, that's where we're paying the lobbyists and
City manager.
the on-site, the city manager search, and the HR was included in there.
Okay.
So right now, that's where we paying for the city manager search. Yes.
On other professional services, if you go back to 24 and 0, and then it climbs up pretty drastically in the following year. The following, it kind of shoots up in 25, and then from 25, 26, it
Right.
goes about another 100,000 up. What does that all that include?
So as Mr. Pocken explained, it's for lobbyists. That's what the majority of the cost was that I'm looking at here. It's the lobbyists, and then
What is the actual cost of the lobbyists?
I think it's
Is that
3,000
$3,000
per
a month.
Yeah.
$3,000 a month.
So in 25, it was more of that the lobbyist consultant, and there's some and they also did some HR consulting in that year. And for 26, it's similar, but then that's when they brought the full person here in HR. So that's what actually increased from 152 to 241. And this year it's dropped.
And then the search for the new city managers also in that budget. That one probably could come down a little bit further. We need to, it can go down, that could go down probably to 100 and be safe.
Sergio, how many employees are under the city manager?
Employees, Right now, we have two, the interim and the safety officer. Position-wise, they have budgeted, they have 3 budgeted positions. City manager, safety officer, and the admin assistant to the city manager.
For my short time here, I thought I'd just save hiring the administrative assistant for a permanent city manager, because I don't want to hire somebody and not be compatible or something worse.
Okay. And no capital for this department.
No capital.
Any questions? Okay. Go to page 13. That's the finance department.
Can I bother you with something?
Sure.
What's going on? Here, Mayor.
Do you have a breakdown on the employees, assistants, safety officer, and the city manager?
Yes, they're in the back. I put a little sticky on the side that way you can go back to the payroll schedules. It's at the end. I added this payroll
There's a
schedule for you guys
little
at the end.
Sticky right
On the side, you'll see a little sticky.
There you go.
Yes.
Okay.
And from there, you'll see the payroll schedules.
Okay. Thank you.
And just as a point of reference, the posted salary or budgeted salary for that administrative assistant is $32,850. That represents minimum wage in Arizona, by the way. So it's probably going to be higher moving forward.
Does our offer with the city managers higher?
City manager will probably be higher too. It's currently budgeted at 155 because that was the previous manager's salary.
If we change that, then I can update all the numbers to recalculate all the allocations and all the
Offered
balance.
170.
Up to 170.
I can actually, if I plug in that number, I can give you the exact number.
Yeah, just go ahead.
Nice.
Okay. Anything else?
Yeah.
So if we had the city manager at 170, it will increase the city manager's budget by 18,000 overall.
But now it's instead of -12, it'll be +6.
Yes. Approximate. Also, the ASRS, the pension dropped a couple of percentage, so that also lowered. In some departments, you'll see that the pension actually dropped. because of the pension, the percentage dropping as well.
Just ASRS.
PSPRS as well.
Oh, okay, how much?
Almost 10%. It just changes. This varies from fire department and police department. But that also dropped the pension because last year, which is this fiscal year, is the highest at least that I've seen. Yes, for both fire and police, no decrease. So the pension decrease. Any questions? Let's see.
Hold on.
For the finance, we did increase the overtime, mainly for our meter readers. That sometimes depends on the situation that they have to stay late, and that's why it was increased compared to how it was last fiscal year. What's that? Yes, we're in finance. And also the increase also was in postage. The city normally tends to the finance department, the majority of the billing goes to them as we, pay for the machine that we lease it, and the costs that keep going up, and also for the billing. So we increase it based on the current cost and the way it's going up.
Which one?
No, I just have a question, Sergio, on before we go down on the list, on the total category payroll. I'm looking at 820 and then it went up to 861. How did that number go up so much
61.
on the payroll? Category 60.
You have. This is, yeah, this is the. Because I know there was 3 books I think that had the wrong numbers. So this must be. She might have one.
Watch your step.
Oh yeah. These are the replacements for this. You might have one of your house, 861, let me give you that.
We're in the break. I'll just note everybody that Mr. Bohorquez excused himself from this meeting. He's traveling, so just want to FYI everybody. Thank you.
Yes, just the payroll. The increase in payroll. So in the first, in fiscal year 26, the budgeted salaries were less for the director, the manager, and the accountants. And that's what's adjusted by past administration from Mr. Kramer. And then there's a position there that we're requesting to change it. He was requesting a grants manager, and it was undecided if it was going to be going to the city manager's department. We're in need of a purchasing agent. We used to have a purchasing agent, which handle all the procurement policies and enforce them. And since they got rid of that position, we don't have it, and that's something that we're trying to implement in our department. And that's also in there. And overall, the changes we had also, 2 of the water meters come over to our department. And also the salaries were adjusted with the previous administration. And that's the increase about approximately that you'll see in the,
Go ahead.
Mike?
It's, so it's at 852, that's the correct amount?
yes, 850.
Okay. But if you go back to the salary payroll schedules, is the purchasing, the agent that you wanna hire, that's also embedded in the new amount, the 852, and then the 2 vacancies at the bottom for finance revenue specialist.
Those were already, we have those
Oh, you
positions.
just
They're
have them
just
opened?
Yeah,
I
they're
mean,
just-
vacant.
Yes, they're vacant
Okay,
right now. At this
okay.
time, they're vacant.
The only one is this purchasing agent.
Correct. That's the only one
That's the only one you're adding? Okay.
that we're
got it.
changing. It used to be grants manager and
Just
and that
changing
grants
the
manager is going to
title,
be actually higher. So we
just changing the title.
correct and
Okay.
lower the tier to what we're requesting.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Any other questions for?
One more, Mayor. I've always been curious about this, and I've never asked, but maybe this is the time to ask. I know that we pay a company to bill our utility, send out our utility bills and all that. Where is that embedded
That
here?
actually, it's under, part of it, it's under postage because they pay up front the postage and they bill us the postage. So most of the postage that we have budgeted, it's for that. And
Can you tell me like how much we pay this company? It's out of California, right?
I don't know exactly where, but I can
Yeah,
check.
that's okay. You don't have to check now, but how much do we pay this company to do our billings,
Let me get that for you.
our utility billings? The reason I'm asking is because I saw the amount there and I couldn't disaggregate the amount. I mean, I'm sure they don't charge 60,000 a year to do that. And that's what you've noted here. It's from 60, it's going up to,
No, that's not the,
see, that's what I'm trying to find out
no, that's just
exactly.
postage. Usually they'll bill us postage and we'll pay in
Yeah,
groups.
so where is that amount embedded in
Right.
here?
Contractual services.
Yeah, I think it's under, because I'm looking at professional services.
So
but that's
160,
mostly
is that,
for-
that sounds more realistic, 160,000.
Because the professional services that's where
Yeah.
I'm looking and that's where we pay our
Yeah,
ambulance.
so the postage is just the postage. They're charging us also for that, but their actual fees for billing, 160 sounds more realistic. Even sounds a little low. I don't know.
Let me see. I want to give you an exact number so far what we had just for them.
Yeah. Because it's not, I mean, it can be under contractual, it should be under contractual, but it's not broken down. Because I know that many years ago, the city used to do the billings
Maybe
themselves.
other professional services.
Which one, George?
Other professional services.
Oh, yeah, well, it's 160, that's the one, but it seems,
But they have it.
but it went from 114, 111.
Transactional and professional services. There's 2 different items.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking, I don't know.
Yeah, contractual services seems to be the fees that we actually end up paying for credit card fees.
So it's not that
They
then.
use credit card fees. Because I'm looking at
So,
the people we end up, so it's more our Wells Fargo card fees that we budget in our contractual services, our online payments, and when they actually use our
so yeah,
Rich Pay.
I don't want to muddle, I don't want,
Most of these are companies that they bill us for when we pay online. Just looking for.
you can get it later. I'm just curious what's embedded because we're not, they're not doing it free, because I know this
Oh, no,
company must charge
we know.
thousands of dollars because they do all the billing. So I was wondering where it's embedded, and I stayed up last night. I'm like, where could it be? Because it can't be that cheap. And then now you're saying that other contractual services, 160 it can't be that either. So where is this amount out there? Other professional services, like Mayor says, $100,000. That sounds also very inexpensive for $100,000, and that's professional services. That can't be, because those are consultants. So I don't know. That's just something maybe tomorrow.
I can get
Yeah.
you, tomorrow I'll have the
Yeah.
exact amount that we've been paying for the last fiscal year, so I can just go.
Yeah, just so that how much it costs. And one more question, if I may. So when people pay with a credit card, we're picking up the fees?
Correct. Yeah, we mentioned it, I think Gene mentioned it about 2-3 years ago.
I remember that. And we're
Yeah,
here
we-
again. We're
if we're-
discuss- So why would we pick up the fees? If I pay my utility bill with a credit card, why does the city have to pay that fee? Is it up to us to change
Yes.
it?
If you guys decide to charge the fee to the customers when they're paying, then we can do that. So it's,
What do other municipalities do, Mr. Paulkin, since you have so much experience?
They eat those fees just like you do.
So it's very common to the municipalities to eat that fee
Yeah.
up. That's a lot of money,
The only
160.
place I really see that is some restaurants. They'll say if you use your credit card, you got to pay an extra 5% or what.
Yeah, you're right.
Because I mean, it's so common nowadays. I mean, my credit card has a cashback feature.
Yeah, the Apple Pay.
Well, you're paying the cashback feature. That's part of it. Plus the 3% to administer the whole thing.
Yeah. So it's been sort of the time you've been here, we've absorbed that cost.
yes, it's always been
kind
like
of,
that, and
practice.
that's where you see it's mostly over $100,000 in credit
Yeah,
card fees
160.
that we pay every year.
Sergio, I have a question on some
Thank
of
you,
these. I know that we don't use a company as a POS, as a point of sale, but on some of these restaurants, the owners absorb not only the percentages, which is sometimes 2.8, but there's a 2.8 plus an additional 10 cents. The city of Nogales doesn't pay those additional 10 cents, do we?
I think it does, because they always send us an email saying that we're going to increase our rates now a point of a percentage, or
Sorry, George.
then we're going to add it. Depends on the credit card also. It's different fees, depends if it's American Express, if it's Discover, if it's Visa, if it's Master. So there's different fees.
Okay.
And so we don't know what the actual exact amount, because we don't know what they use to pay. But it can be for the online services, or when they come and pay here, and those are basically what we get billed for.
Okay, thank you.
And I'll have that number for you.
That's fine. Thank you, Sergio.
Any other questions?
No.
We're gonna go to human resource at page 15. And there's not a lot of differences here. I think they only increased the other contractual services for the same reason, in case to have, to cover some of the consulting while we, hire somebody for HR. And for advertising to also, I'm assuming to advertise the positions. Any questions for HR? No? Okay, so now we have a community development. Seems to be almost the same as last year, except there's no capital for this fiscal. And the lower, they did not budget for the code revision.
And by the way, as long as we're on this item, Eric Fitzer, you want to raise your hand? Eric Fitzer is the gentleman that has been acting as the community development director for us 1 day a week. And he's been working with our employees over there to keep stuff flowing in the proper direction. So thank you, Eric.
Thank you, Eric. I have a question, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Yeah, where is the arch cost embedded in here? I had to ask, right?
So,
I had to ask.
so it's not in this, actually, it's not even in this fund. It's in, we have a different fund where that we got the money.
The
from-
ARPA.
Well, it's not really the ARPA, it's more what there was some leftover there from those revenues. And then we also had a money that came in from South 32 also to continue.
Oh, so it's a
the
couple.
pro- So that's
Okay,
another, eight.
that
So
sounds
that's why
fair.
it's in a separate fund just to track it so we don't spend.
Good idea.
Spend it for
Okay,
something else.
thank you. Thanks. I know I had to. I just thought it would be there.
Any other questions in community development?
No.
So, Eric, you're welcome to stay if you want, but thank you for your input.
The code revision, how come we just took off the whole 20?
I know that that's a line item that Mr. Tapia had budgeted for the last couple of years. As you see, the activity hasn't been any expenses. So throughout the year, certain departments, what they have is that it's called a budget transfer. So if by any chance they over budget a certain line item that they're not using, they can say, you know what, I need to make a purchase for this that wasn't really in mind, but we need the funds. So what they do a budget transfer. So they might say, you know what, we have this for much for training, but I don't think we're going to be using that much training because I need to make this purchase or need to make this, and they'll transfer a line item amount and then move it to a different line item to use it. So in case they ever need to use it, they can always transfer the line items throughout the year. Anything that's bigger than it, we up to you as council. If they decide to, that was not budgeted in this, in these meetings, then it will be brought up to you guys to say, can we move money from the reserve for X reason? And then you guys decide. That's it. Any other questions? Okay. We'll go to the clerk's department. That's in page 18. So as you're aware, the department increased the year. Normally, we tend to see an increase on this department when it's an election year. For the extra cost, of course.
Is that why you have the 66,000 on professional service?
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Part of it, I believe it was 55 search that we did, and 15,000 to move the data from our old agenda software into our new agenda software.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions?
Of course.
The right time, but I just want to say that it's very nice to see that the website for all the voting material, for the election material, I should say, is all updated, and people are able to go in there and see who's running for office, and it's very transparent. And I know that Mr. Estes and his staff, and along with Miguel, have been working really hard on it because we didn't have that information posted, and now people can go in there and look at who the candidates are. So I really want to say thank you to Mr. Estes, along with whoever he has working along with Miguel. That was a lot of people really like that information being available to them. Thank you. You never do.
Okay, next page is 19, which is MIS department.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Yes. MIS does have their 5-year plan for capital, which I will pass. And Jose is here if you guys have any questions for the department.
Most of our increases happen usually with our contracts, support contracts that we have. So, and those have been increasing quite a bit lately. So, and then there was an additional the $200,000 that we had to budget for the workday, the transition that we're doing. So, yeah, that's most of my increase. Usually they go about 5%, but we've seen some stuff go up 50%, and it's just real crazy.
So Jose, is Workday already working?
We're
Is it
working.
already-
Right now, it's kind of on pause simply because some of the key players aren't here. We don't have an HR director. We don't have a finance director. So that part is on pause, but like the current is, they're moving right along as far as the utility billing, which is what we're excited about. Where we can see all our accounts and stuff, and we're doing some verifications. And then the other one, which is Cloud Permit, we're kind of holding off because we haven't had a director at all. They really need to be involved to make sure we get everything migrated properly. So,
It's on pause for the licenses and
well, until we can get the key people here to, because the Workday is not like a canned software where it works exactly the same way here as if somebody else had it. Everybody, they change it to their needs. They design it to their needs, and that's why we need input.
What's the extremely drop on the equipment maintenance and repair, Jose?
I'm sorry?
On the $1.1 million you're dropping.
That's for the workday. Remember, we passed it, so we did a transfer from the reserve to that to pay for the workday. And that's why it looks like it was an increase. Originally, it wasn't that much.
Increase.
But once we did that budget transfer, as I explained, it changes the budget for that line, and that's why it looks like it's a big drop. But it's just that the implementation of workday that's no longer being charged because it was only a one-time pay.
So where do we go to our billing? You know, let's say water billing. We've had tremendous hiccups. You know, is that part of our IT? Is that our building department? We had, accounts that have been double, triple, quadrupled charged. We still haven't been able to correct that. You know, we're still getting complaints. Where does that go?
That's actually the software itself, but also the data of all the changes that was happening since last year. So it all depends on what data is being entered, how it's being changed, how at the timing of when. And that's when I think 2 months ago when we had the budget meeting that I said that we're implementing now that instead of manually entering all the readings again, we're actually uploading the full file that gets completed by the meter readers. That way the billing can go out on time. Some of the payment issues was that since it was being entered manually, by the time the bill was coming out, the payment wasn't being posted, and that's something that my revenue manager is implementing and speeding it up to the point that we're actually getting close to the point that as soon as the whole day, all the money that comes in, he closes the day and posts all the payments. That way a new bill comes out, it doesn't show that, it might show in the bill that they owe it, but in our system, it showed that they paid it. But now, the only thing that was waiting is for them to close the end of day. And that's what our revenue manager is doing now. Because when he came in, it was about a couple of months behind. So when the bills were coming out, it wasn't showing those payments that the customers were providing. So that's more of an issue, internal issue, and correcting all the previous management there of how it was being done.
And these guys have been putting together a explanation memo of, in more detail than what he just mentioned. And as soon as I get done reviewing it, and approve it, then we're going to send it out to all of you. So it's a 4-page memo.
Sergio, I have a question because people, still are a little bit complaining, but just so that they can sleep better. In your records, it shows their payments, right?
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah, their
because they
system,
think,
yeah.
they're concerned about, and I've told them this, that it is in your system, well, but I did not know that we were subletting our billing. So I can imagine when we had that little mess with the information not being inputted, it created some, lack for a better term, some type of latency with the company that does our billing. So everything just sort of compounded and it made one big problem, but it was just that issue.
Because the billing it's a file, the system creates a file that gets sent to our billing company so they can cut the bills. And if the way it was being done, it was being manually entered. So now we're just uploading, trying to speed it up now that we have the meter readers, and then we still get some help from the water department that in case they need some, extra people to help out to read. So we'll try to get, eventually maybe in the future, we might look into it to see, because we want to see what Workday does for this, if it speeds it up or if it's different way of implementing the billing, that if it helps more. I mean, we want to see are we going to need maybe more meter readers, or are we going to need, just a different change of approaching the whole process. But as of right now, I believe that we're doing way better than how it was. There were some changes done again with previous administration, and that is something that it's also in that memo that Mr. Paquin explained that he'll give to you guys, so you guys have an idea of what was happening and how we're correcting this issue.
Thank you, sir.
The current software is also going to correct a lot of the pain points that we have right now. The meter readers right now, they have to go and put it into a spreadsheet, then it has to be uploaded. But the new software, they're actually going to be editing the actual software. Yeah, it's going to hit the software live, so that we won't have that double entry, or we won't have so it should work a lot better for us.
Well, Jose, that's on the Workday software right now?
It's called Current. It works with Workday, but it's utility billing software called Current.
Currently late.
Good.
Ideally, and that's not now, but sometime hopefully in the not too distant future, some of our accounts are digitally read now. The really good solution to that would be to go digital on all of your accounts. You've got like 7,000 meters,
About approximately.
5,000 meters that you read every month. And other places I've worked and used the digital readers, we just called it radio read. The vehicle, you got one reader in one vehicle, and they go down every street, and they've got a receiver on the truck that picks up the reading from every meter that it passes by. You can do the whole city in one day. And then that way the whole billing can go out at one time. It cuts down on labor costs, it cuts down on the time, and it gets the product out. But we have other problems in the water department that we probably got to fix first. But that would be where you would aspire to go in the future. When I was up in Winslow, we did it. And it was probably about $1 million to make the conversion. and they don't have as many accounts as you do. And, but once we implemented the system, it was just slick. And it cut down, like you say, on labor costs, and it got the billing done, more, accurately and timely. So.
How
go
do
that
we
way.
just change some accounts into digit?
Some of them,
Some of them,
yeah.
because it wasn't.
How far,
exactly right.
how far along are we? How many did we change?
Well, we try to do as many as we could. I know at one point, most of our books were around 80%, but they have to be maintained. You have to go out there and you have to, one of the issues we were having is that people were cutting the cable to it. And so we'd have to go out, that has to be replaced. So now we're roughly down to about 55, 60% of each book that are automated like that. It's a good system. It's called Itron, but we just need to be able to maintain it. And probably we may need to do a new study as far as the radio part of it to see if maybe we need more collectors and repeaters out to get better coverage.
Yeah, because you're gonna actually, just like the radio system the police department uses, you have to install repeaters so that they've got someplace to pick up the signal. So that's why it costs $1 million.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think Liberty Water Utilities does that in Rio Rico. That they drive and they pick up all
Yeah, they
the
do.
readings, so it's faster that way. But obviously, it's costlier.
How big is that problem?
Correct.
Yeah.
The signal won't be picked up.
Mike, Mr. Doe.
Somebody to look at it manually and take a manual reading and.
Yeah. So the system that we have, we don't drive around. It uploads it up to the automated part. It uploads it and then we just download it. So nobody actually has to drive around. It's a great system again, but we just need to stay on top of it and then maybe add some collectors repeaters and we should, but we'll never get, I don't think we'll ever get 100% just because of our topology and some of the mess we have. Yeah. So.
You said it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do
ahead.
you think, Jose, in your opinion, that after we get the results of the audit, which we're still waiting for, some of the improvements that need to be made will be noted on the audit, and maybe you can, the whole city and the way you guys are planning to fix the problem will be addressed a lot much better.
As far as the workday migration, is that?
No, the billings, the utility
Yeah.
billings.
We should, yeah.
Because I'm sure that's one of the delays from
Yeah.
the audit that they've noted. Yeah.
Yeah, it should resolve some of those.
Yeah. Thanks.
Continue.
Next department is the city attorneys.
And I'll just comment here. Joe actually did put his own budget together and give it to me. So this is his work. A lot of city attorneys just don't do anything. So, anyway, the only real difference here is apparently we're anticipating an increase in legal fees, and really that's about it. And Joe's here if you need to talk to him.
This?
At page 20.
Right.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Mr. Estes, is that increase with already inquired of the increase we gave 2 months ago?
Yeah, that's just taking into consideration the additional cost. It also provides for, you see, I did include in my budget, there is a slight increase for vast majority of the increase for this budget. Not is for attorney staff positions. The staff has been taking on a lot of extra duties over the last year. And that's, under the code, the attorney's office is basically separate from the rest of the employees when it comes to salaries and stuff.
Yeah, he had increased an amount. He requested actually an increase for salaries, which are not inputted in here because again, it's up to mayor and council how they decide to go across the board or department wise or on this budget meetings. Any questions? Okay, page 22, city court.
Go back.
Just real quick, if there's no objection, Mayor and Council, I'm gonna step.
Any questions? Thank you, sir.
Oop, oop. See you later.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Rob Gilliland with the Nogales Municipal Court. Continue to do more with less. Our filings are up this year, and we're trying to make positive changes to reduce the cost of the court on the city. We have put in with our budget request a kind of a side note, and it doesn't get reflected in here. The court is still concerned about the salary compression that has historically happened. There's been no effort by the city to start to correct that, and even if it doesn't make the jump all the way, the salaries that are in that range 43, there are more positions in 43 than should be in 43. When the city increased the minimum wage, took out range 39, 40, 41, and 42, that's a 4 increase jump in range for those people when nobody else in the city got that kind of treatment. And my request, and I know we're not going to be resolving that today, I just want to bring that up as we talk about this, that needs to be addressed at some point in the future. And if it doesn't get resolved all the way, then maybe we start making those adjustments. And maybe it's 1 or 2 at a time instead of a 4 jump. That being said, the city court has reduced its budget. And if available, we'll pay for our own adjustment, at least in this budget year, by reducing our salary or by reducing our budget even more. I did some initial calculations. Looks like if we were to increase everybody up for 4 ranges, not everybody, excuse me, because our court security was hired after that. And so his salary is where it should be. I'm not asking for it across the board on everybody, but the rest of our office is under that same status that their salaries haven't been changed since the city increased the minimum wage. If we were to increase the remaining positions by 4, we're looking at about $23,000 in the salary. I don't know what it does for the other parts of it, but the city's magistrate or the city municipal court is willing to absorb those costs at least this year. We have our contingency fund. We've got 2 contingency funds that were supposed to help us with our move over to the admin building. That hasn't happened. At some point, we will be moving into some other office spaces here. And so we still have that reserve for that eventuality. Again, we don't know when that's going to happen or if it's going to happen, but we have some space in our budget for that, but we would absorb any of those additional costs. But I'm happy to field any of your questions. I know we're not dealing with that all the way today because we don't get to touch that portion of our budget, the payroll portion. But if we did, we're willing to pay for it or reduce our budget in that amount.
I have a question, Judge.
Sure.
When you were talking about compression, can you just elaborate a little bit? What type of compression or what are you referring to? Maybe I'm thinking.
Sure. A few years ago, the city decided that it wanted to pay all of its employees at least $15 an hour. And so instead of moving all of the employees all at the same time to make that reflection and change, the city couldn't afford to do it across the board. So they just eliminated those lower salary ranges without making adjustments in the higher ones. And so 39, 40, 41, and 42 were all eliminated. Those that had been in those positions are all in salary range 43. That's the compression that's happened because those that are above, that are 43 and above, didn't receive any type of compensation adjustment when they did those adjustments for those making less than $15 an hour.
Yeah, so what he's trying to explain is that before, when they had different ranges per salary, per position, you know, we used to have even lower numbers. So based on the range scale, you had different type of positions, different types of jobs that go with that range. And that is what happens when you do a bottom line crunch increase only. So you start eliminating ranges. So now you have the majority of positions in the same range. So you might have, let's say, a receptionist. You might have a city clerk, an attorney, a legal secretary, all in the same range because it keeps getting crunched. And so now you have all these positions in one range, which some actually require some type of school or certification, some just straight out of high school. And that is what happens by crunching only the bottom tiers. Yeah, you get rid. So now you have people that actually, some of them actually might have bachelor's or associate's degree, and they're in the same range as somebody that just came out of it. So they're getting paid the same for crunching. So when I think last year I'm the one that normally does all the study session when you guys want a scenario, how much it's going to cost the city for pay increases or anything like that. I prepared something for Mr. Kramer at the time, and it's a mix of a flat amount and a percentage amount, and that's just to kind of like separate that little gap that we have everybody in all one position. But that would also, we'll have to get involvement of HR to see if they can rechange. We don't have a director right now. Something that was discussed before, they say we need to reorganize the ranges again based on the type of job duties or job descriptions of everybody, to not have everybody in the same range.
And I realize that it's a very expensive haul to say, oh, we're going to do all of this for the whole city this year. The city won't have the funds for that. But if we start making movements in those directions, we can get ourselves prepared for it and ask from the directors too, like, how are you guys going to pay for it? We're happy to work with the city to reduce our budget so that we can be paying for that decompression.
Sergio, we made that decision, was it a year or 2 years ago, to bring up everyone to minimum, right?
Yes,
That was
it
the city.
about 2 or 3 years ago.
3.
To make it, I think, a minimum of $15, I think, if I'm not
Yeah.
mistaken. And but again, you get rid of certain. So now you have so many in one range.
And we did that because minimum was technically in the state of Arizona $14 back then, right?
Yeah, it was. Well, I mean, for the last couple of years, I know it was supposed to just keep increasing until it reached 15, but I don't know if they're going to keep changing. So it depends on what. But if it goes up, like this year went up, so we had to adjust the pay for the employees there, and the majority actually were hourly wise. It was fire department that we had to adjust because they worked different shifts, different hours, so their hourly had to be above the minimum for the state. And so, if we increase it, it will be more of the fire department. If it increases for next year, it'll be the same individuals for fire and actually maybe more employees now. By then, we'll we have to make sure, but again, we're just crunching the bottom. And so soon you're gonna have somebody that's supposed to be a supervisor almost making the same because we keep doing that. That study that I had done, I included, actually I used AI that I explained to Mr. Kramer, is that you have to kind of treat them equally. And that's one of the things that I remember is when you were mentioning the equality, trying to make sure that trying to make sure that we do that. And that's what but again, it was, I don't think, it was decided not to do that. And so it was scrapped last year, so. And that study, it was the opposite. It was, if you would have seen the numbers, you would have seen how the bigger percentage was still at the bottom. You know, the bigger percentage, the bigger cut, and the race was to treat it a little bit better, but it all depends on how you guys will, determine. Because if you decide not to give it to a certain amount of people, then you'll give it back to the other tier, and again, you're doing the same thing all over again. So.
Are you talking about the compensation, the comp study that was done 2 years ago?
No, that was
That's
more.
another document?
Yeah,
That's something else.
We
The
do
comp
have
study
a
was-
comp study that's 2 years old that's never seen the light of day. And
51.
Yeah,
well, but the problem is that,
yeah, because
you've got to look at you've got to look at all of the positions
Is everybody asking?
in order, you're never going to break the log jam of wage compression if you don't do the whole thing at one time. It's just that simple. And comp studies take that into consideration. So, because there's a lot of, a lot of what we're finding is a little bit troublesome on the other end, okay, hiring directors, is that our wage ranges for the directors aren't competitive enough to attract good people. So, and that's why you haven't seen any. I did make an offer to one person that I was willing to go to battle for, but she pulled out.
Any questions for Judge?
We don't have an audit this next year, and so that reflected in our budget. We have one of our employees is maybe out for a bit. He's the court security officer, actually, and he's going to have knee replacement surgery or something. And so we have increased our budget for other professional services. I've reached out to a former court security officer who's willing to come in and work on the days when we have court. Those are the days that are required on a contractual basis. Sure.
Do you get any funding from Superior Court, from the county, Santa Cruz County Court?
We don't get direct funding from the county court. We do get some funds back. And so we're on 22 and 23. So let's go to pages 879 and 80 is where we have our other two funds. Those where we get fill the gap funds that are coming in.
What page, Judge?
79 and 80. Those are where our
No,
other.
I think you're looking at, that's because we have different page numbers for the book than that report.
No, mine's 79. Yeah.
This is out of your.
Oh, you're talking about,
Yeah, he's just
What
talking
you
about
guys have printed out, or what you
the
had sent
contractual
out.
services.
oh,
What-
okay,
Yeah.
the
What-
JSAF.
JSIF
Yes,
funds,
yeah.
right? Those
What-
are the fill the gap funds, and then the other.
What
ones.
amount is that, Judge?
What's that?
Where can you?
Oh,
me
JSIF
that?
is the.
Don't say
Sorry,
that.
that's the 79.
Is it said, okay.
Yeah, page 79.
Those are our fill the
That's one
gap
of the
funds.
miscellaneous funds that,
We needed to replace a printer, and so we took it out of those funds this year. That's what you're
there's-
seeing, the expenditure there. And then the other contractual services, that one's being increased, and that's on page 80. That's where I was talking about for our court security guard to have a place to be able to pull those extra funds from.
Oh, okay.
But those are two separate accounts that the court has control over.
Yeah.
That's where we're pulling those. extra funds from. Again, we're trying to lower the burden on the city overall in order to make some room for paying our people.
But those funds have been there for years, though.
Yep.
Yeah.
Those funds are there every year. We get additions to those funds, and we've been holding on to them. When I first started, we were told you're going to be moving over to the admin building. Well, that's not happened, but we're holding on to those so that when we do new desks, new those kinds of things for upgrades,
Capital outlay
for the
stuff.
board.
Okay.
If we don't, and we're just moving into some of the office space that maybe the police is going to vacate when they go upstairs, or I don't know how all of that's going to work out with the move
Yeah.
over to the admin building.
We don't either.
Not sure.
When we get that figured out, we'll be in a position to be able to take care of what we need to.
Thank you. And one more question. Sure. Is your salary, is that the salary we negotiated? That's the 130,
I don't
right?
think that they have,
The number that's in here on page 22, includes
it includes the new figure, because it says it's the same from last year and this
Yeah,
year.
that's what I'm looking
So I
at.
don't think it includes it. It would go up 15.
Yeah. But I don't think it's,
That's not the number?
Well, on the form, it doesn't show any,
well, on the form it's not, but on the payroll schedule it is.
right, and just on page 22, it's not reflected there, but here it is.
Okay, so the total that I have is this amount, so it's not on your sheet.
Right.
Yeah, it's not on the account number. It is on the payroll schedule, right, Judge? But not on this. It's not
Correct.
reflected on this? Okay, so we need to
It's
do
not, it needs to be.
the additional 15? Yeah, but it's not on the
Right, but
worksheet.
in-
Huh.
Sheet that I gave you,
Yeah,
that includes stuff,
okay.
but that wasn't.
But the one that got emailed out to us, it doesn't have it there.
There, thank you, Judge. That's all I wanted to know. Okay, we'll move on.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
I'll be excused. If you need me for anything else, just call.
The library.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Let me give you the library has some capital. I'm gonna pass the papers for. So the library's budgets they remain the same and just have that different capital. If you guys have any questions, the needs is here.
Mayor, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Sergio, as we're going down the departments, I had asked Mr. Polkey earlier, that in the original packet you had given us on Friday, the list of the wants of every department wasn't submitted in our packet. So this is the first list. So she's submitting her
Correct.
wants here. Okay, good. Okay, so the other departments we've had
Had no
presented
cap-
had no capital.
Correct.
Okay, great.
Yeah, the ones that I've given you, which is MIS, that showed you their
Their
schedule.
plan,
and then-
So she's the first one in
Correct.
in fairness that she's asking for.
Yes.
So, okay, great, got that.
I have a question. On when you submit these, they come to the city, but since we're in partnership with the county, are they getting the same submittal or?
For the county is that they pay half of the,
Of what's here?
yes, was submitted except any capital that's on the Nogales library, right?
And that's what I want to know whether,
Yeah, they already got their numbers. We're waiting on, because we pay half of their animal control budgets.
so this will be split in half then?
Correct.
Okay.
No, the cost of the library, the county pays half of the. These are, if it's only for the main library, it comes out of just the cities. Correct.
I do want to add that for training, I know it had stayed this, it decreased a little bit just because there were a few programs at a national level that were defunded and frozen, but they're back on. So the Institute of Museum and Library Services is back on, and staff are going to be training, going to conferences again, and they're going to be getting certifications as library assistants at a national level. So that's a plus.
So the minus 5,000, you want it back?
Sure, yeah.
Was that what you're asking?
I was just, well, yeah, I want to, yeah, if it's possible.
Mhm. 'Cause you've had, training doesn't reflect that you've really been using any training, 595, 4,000 last year or 2 years ago, and 395, and you have a budget right now of bringing it down from 15 to 10. So still 10 good enough, or you? Okay.
Anything else?
I wanted to ask you also, is there any way, I don't see a line item here for opening on Saturdays. I know you've had a lot of people ask you about opening on Saturdays, and I don't see a line item there that you have budgeted for that. Tell me a little bit about that.
We were open for 13 Saturdays. I did send those stats to Mr. Kramer. We had maybe 5 of those Saturdays that people actually attended. Most of the time, we didn't have people. It was, we tried it. We did try 13. We did change some of staffing for that, and it was decided that we were not going to continue since it didn't work out. But there is Saturdays at the branch libraries. We're trying that out.
Yeah, but here at the main, so in your opinion, based on like the data you collected, that it's not, worth opening on Saturdays?
Yeah, I would rather send staff out to outreach events. That's where we also bring the library to the people. So in my opinion, it's
Okay. All right, thank you.
The next department, it's police.
Yeah, we get big guns.
Mr. Palkin, I have a question. I'd like to see that study for the police that you were mentioning about the salaries and the range.
Comp study?
Yeah.
Sure. You can all have it if you want it. I'll just have a copy made for everyone.
Good afternoon, everybody.
these two are the match that I was telling you about this morning.
Yeah.
And I just changed this because we only approved the two now.
Right.
So I just rewrote it to make sure.
Just as a note on the capital projects requests, the police car purchase actually was a lot higher when we met. And the police department cut the size of the request down from about 600,000.
Well, actually, from 6 to 2 cars.
Yeah, from 6 to 2 cars. So on the capital projects, for fleet. Yeah. Yeah, he had, his original request was for 6 vehicles, and we cut that down to 2.
No, it's already, the amounts. Correct.
Yeah, the correct amount is in your worksheet.
The total that we have in capital should match every sheet that I gave you.
Yeah.
I know they do have some vehicles on the grants, right? As well as if I could recall seeing that part of the grants funding.
Well, currently there is vehicles, but they're not actually police patrol vehicles. They're specialty vehicles, if you may.
Yeah, is that part of this third grant request?
Correct.
Okay, there are vehicles in that. And that actually is a carryover from the current fiscal year. And so is the body worn cameras.
I have a question on that, Chief Jimenez. On the body worn cameras, are you gonna have someone there in position, an employee to like download the film or the body camera equipment?
I'm sorry, I can barely hear you.
Are you gonna have an employee when you have the body cameras, like to do when they turn in the body cameras so they can see the footage and that? Is there gonna be a specific person in charge of taking care of that?
Actually, just to bring you up to date, Councilwoman, we actually have them implemented at this point. And the process is when they have the body camera on their person, then when they come back and they dock it at the docking station, all the data is then transferred to like a server per se. And they do have access to review their footage for report purposes. Supervisors have that also, that authority to do that. And we do have our records personnel. So when somebody makes a request for some video, like let's say somebody that was arrested and they say, I want a footage of my arrest, there's a process that they have to go through, and then they're provided the footage that is viable. We don't provide everything because there's a lot of redaction that has to come into play, but that is I would say in its final stages. We're still tweaking out some of the little bugs in the system, but we should be done here within the next few months and have it fully running.
So it's like a records clerk or someone that's going to be taking care of that.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead.
Expert in this area, obviously. So just so it could be on record, so what you're saying, Mr. Jimenez, is that this body camera, like I said, I'm not an expert on it like you are. So the body worn camera is not going to be fully utilized by the police department. So if I get into an accident or so forth, and my attorney requests for the footage of the body worn camera, that will be provided?
Well, actually,
assuming we follow all the legal ramifications and expectations and all of that. Attorneys know what they're doing. So will that be now available?
that is correct. I'll give you a scenario which the one you referred to.
Perfect.
You're in an accident. When the officers do arrive, and actually prior, because the body camera is programmed to, once they detect that the officer has his lights and siren on, the body worn camera activates. So when they get there, they're going to start seeing everything on scene, and it's going to be recorded. It'll be, attending to somebody that's hurt or investigating the actual accident with the process they go through. All that will be captured on the body worn camera, and then brought into the station and downloaded into our servers. So let's say, like you said, an attorney wants a copy of that footage. It will be available, but obviously there will be some redaction because we don't actually want to.
Sure, and they know that.
So, and yes, so that's in the process, and it's actually being done right now. Sometimes they take different avenues. Sometimes they reach out through the city clerk's office and try to do a public records check.
Yeah.
Or sometimes they come directly to us and do a records request.
So is it fair to say that, are we approving that that is fully implemented already, the body cameras? If we were to approve that today, then that means that it would be implemented at the city of Nogales where the residents and people know that we have cameras, body cameras.
And actually, yes, you have approved it. The council did approve the first
Yeah,
initial phase of
we
this.
did, yeah,
And
but-
now we're going to just finalize that process.
Okay.
And we can make a notice saying, you know, our camera, body worn camera system is full in effect. And if you so desire to have footage available to you, if you are involved, because there is, like I said, restrictions, we can do that.
Yeah. And one more, and that is the additional 134,000. Is that what you're requesting in this capital request?
That's correct.
Oh, okay. So, and one more thing is that every policeman that is going to be equipped, that is on patrol, and excuse me if I'm not using the terminology correct, but every policeman that is on patrol that stops a person will have a body camera on them?
Actually, your terminology is correct. They're on patrol.
Yeah.
Every officer that's out there that's in uniform.
Yeah.
Because sometimes, like our non-uniform personnel, like detectives, unless they're on a special assignment. But to answer your question is yes, every officer that's patrolling, and some of our specialty officers that are assigned to schools and those
They'll
type-
have body cameras
they
too?
will have a body-worn camera that will be fully effective as it is right now. And that footage will be available when the request is made in case the need is ever there.
So every year we have to renew, the software.
That is correct,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
like anything else. Okay. So that we're going to expect, at least while I'm here, another 134, whatever costs increases and stuff.
Well,
So
hopefully they don't increase, but it stays at this amount, but we all
is it a
know.
fixed amount?
We're hoping.
Is that in the contract? Oh, okay, we don't know that. I haven't seen a contract, but, well, we don't know. I'm sure it isn't, but, okay, so it's good. So, so people in the community knows that every City of Nogales Police Department officer has a body camera when they're patrolling, if you will.
Correct.
Okay, good. Thank you.
I have a question for Chief. Chief, on this request that you're having for the four police interceptors, I know you needed 6, am I correct?
That is correct.
And I see here that it says several units are about 10 years old. Correct me if I am wrong. Any vehicle after 200,000 miles, it becomes a liability. Am I correct in that?
Yes, you are correct, sir. I mean, unfortunately, we have to do with less sometimes. I know that when we did meet for our finance meetings, the request was made there, but I understood the Mr. Pockins' input when it came to making sure that we all cooperate and collaborate to make sure that all departments have their needs met as best as possible. And we're also looking at the long-term wage concerns that are going on right now.
How many vehicles are over 10 years old?
Sir, I would probably have to get back to you, but I'm going to say there's probably over 10 years old. I'm going to say maybe 5 to 10 because we've been lucky enough to have the support of the city council and mayor the last few years in getting at least a few vehicles per year. And also when we do get grant funded opportunities to buy vehicles, as mentioned by Mr. Pocken.
Mr. Parkin, I have a question here. If you get the 6 vehicles in, so I guess you would just multiply 499 times 3. That comes out to 475, 497. Is that not feasible to get the 6 vehicles for the Nogales Police Department?
I'm sorry, I didn't follow that question. Talking about,
Yeah, for the 4 police interceptors, he was asking for 6, but it was cut down to 2. If you get the 6 vehicles, it's $475 and $497. Is that not feasible to get the police department their vehicles?
I think it's premature to answer the question until we've discussed how much we're going to pay people.
Okay.
Because I think that, I keep hearing from everybody I've talked to that that's one of the largest considerations we have, so.
Well, public safety is always a large consideration, whether it's on the
Well,
police department or.
And I'm
fire
guessing
department.
there's more police cars than there are police officers, because they always keep more vehicles on hand. And so the older cars tend to be used less than the newer vehicles.
All right, well, we'll continue discussion on
to
this,
circle
okay,
back on
down the
that,
line.
we can.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Baca.
But, yeah, what we're presenting the whole package here, not just one department.
Mr. Jimenez, do we have any grants on vehicles on hand?
Currently, we have, but they're specialty vehicles, and I'm referring to the grants that we awarded for our mobile command post vehicle, which is about a $670,000 purchase. The one you see here that says under line item 055-550-9110 for the Grand Carrier, that's the one that we purchased already one K9 vehicle from that, and then we provided what's called the mobile data spheres for approximately 40 vehicles. And then most importantly is the carryover for the renovation of the PSOC. So that vehicle in question there has been purchased along with actually a K9. So to answer your question, there is some, but currently for actual police vehicles themselves, we don't have any in line.
What are the command response vehicles?
If you're talking about the Senator Kelly and Gallegos grant fund that we're hoping to get at, I know Mr. Pocket has been instrumental reaching out to that office. We're hoping to get 5 vehicles on this, I guess you can call it a grant, and those are going to be command vehicle response, which are basically unmarked SUVs that will be assigned to the staff. It's still kind of, hopefully.
That is, in fact, a grant. It's the congressional directed spending. What a generation ago we used to call Port Barrel. Now we call them congressionally directed spending. There is a grant that has been approved for Nogales PD to buy those 5 vehicles. It's just a matter of wading through the red tape that it takes to get them.
That is correct. We've been waiting approximately, give or take, 2 years, and
Yeah.
we're hoping Mr. Kelly doesn't get in trouble with Congress and anybody else. So
I feel pretty confident you're golden on that particular grant at this point.
I hope so too.
So that'll drop 5 new vehicles?
That is correct. From the request that that type of vehicle, the command response type vehicle, not actually a patrol vehicle.
So one of the things that in the last 5 years has been pretty consistent is equipment, mostly vehicles for public safety, has been right at the top of the priority for congressional offices. And so, and I know everybody I know here in southern Arizona has taken advantage of some sorts of public safety vehicles and equipment through the auspices of the 2 senators. So, so it's out there. So we're not going to be destitute. We've got vehicles coming.
Go ahead.
I'm going back to the body worn cameras. I'm just curious. It says a small rural tribal body worn camera. Is there a certain tribe that's supporting this program?
Yes, it's actually comes from the Tohono O'odham
Okay.
grant that they offer every calendar year. So we've been lucky enough to get a few things from them, and this was one of them that
Wonderful.
It's
Thanks.
just that reoccurring fee that we're now looking at.
Good. So when we see the chairman, we can always say, thank you for helping us out.
And let them know we're interested in more, so.
Yeah, Mr. Burden Jose is a good friend. Yeah. Okay.
There's just one thing I just wanted to clarify with Sergio. I know in the line item of 6845, I know we discussed the fact that it was going to increase due to memberships and subscriptions to ESOF, which is a software that's now being utilized. Section 6855, if you see there's an increase,
$24,000 increase?
the question I had is, that $24,000 increase also has to include the 911 system. So the question I just had for you was, I know we went up to 32,000 for ESOF and PAR DMS ×2, but also we needed to add the 911, basically new generation that the state is now pushing down to the agencies. So I thought that was going to be more in the area, about 56.
When we discussed that, you guys gave us that number, it was already included in the cost of the 911, because the forms that were submitted were there.
No, I think what you did is you added it, but it was actually, it's two different numbers. It was the original number we submitted, and I know that Lieutenant Hernandez had also gave you two different forms, but the actual amount should be in total of 56,000. And what I'm referring to, Council, is the state is now pushing down 911 next generation software to the agencies. And in this case, Santa Cruz County and Nogales Police Department and Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office have to share that cost, which is a certain percentage. And our percentage is 33% of that cost, which turns into that almost $24,000. So I might have confused you in that aspect.
Because I'm looking at the submitted number and it's 32,000.
There is actually one for 23,892, and that was for the next generation 911 call handling fee. And then the other one is the one that had the PAR DMS, the ESOF, and the other PAR DMS.
Yeah, I remember there were a few of them.
Yeah.
But I'm looking at the numbers that was submitted, and it was at 32,000, and that's what I entered. And when we met, that's why I said I thought it was part of the included amount.
The 32,000 was those three things, and then there was the additional 24 for the 911 system.
Okay, so you want to add the additional to another 24 to the 32?
But, well, you actually have it kind of here. You have the 32, and then plus you put the increase of 24, but which should actually be 56 instead of.
It's got an increase from the 8.
And it's right here, right?
So it went from 8 to 32, which is that increase. So
So
this is, if it was an additional, then it wasn't included on the report.
it was right here.
So it's another 20, about 24?
Yeah, a round number. Which is the
56.
56. And that's a cost that unfortunately we can't say no to, because that's the state telling us if you want your 911
Passing
system.
down the cost to the city.
Correct.
Well, I remember that discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so that goes from 32 to 56.
It's an increase of 48.
And while they were doing that, they actually eliminated PSAPs in some of the smaller departments altogether.
To answer that, I think that's what's going to end up happening. I think the state's going to start reducing the PSAPs, which is the 911 centers throughout the state. And that could happen here eventually in Santa Cruz County, where they might tell the smaller agency, which in this case would be the sheriff's office, to become part of our PSAP. And thus, our PSOC will be able to absorb them because we now will have the availability to house more positions for other agencies. But there's a lot of issues that have to happen before that may occur.
For a fee.
Correct.
They'll be paying their fair share if you take them on. That's what happened in Cochise County a couple of years ago. Everybody lost their PSAP in favor of One Central. PSOC.
And here we have the advantage because we're going to have the facility, right?
That's correct.
Which makes it a lot more important that we get on it.
Yes, sir. We actually will have a meeting today, and the green light will hopefully switch on, and tomorrow morning, the wheels start turning even faster.
Thank you.
Any more questions for police?
No, thank you, sir.
We go to page 28, which is for fire department.
Oh, right.
So one of the biggest increases I explained, it's pension. The pension went down, and same, and then didn't mention it for police, but the percentage went down. So that's, and I think it was a percentage of the unfunded, if I'm not mistaken. So, and another one is the vehicle reserve account. We had carrying over amount for 2 ambulances. Is it 2? And they should be getting here, hopefully everything goes well before the end of June. So that is why it's not being carried over. If by any chance they don't arrive by the end of June for X reasons, then we would have to move because the money that didn't get budgeted goes to the reserve. So we would have to come to mayor and council to request it back into, to pay it in case it doesn't come in within this fiscal year.
We had to really think about that one because we want to believe the vendor. And right now, he believes that we're going to get delivery this year. So.
So any questions for the fire department?
Okay, so I'm looking at your, hi, Mr. Loriva.
Hi.
I'm looking at your payroll schedules, and you have a couple of vacancies, and I noticed on the engineer part of it.
Correct.
And those are pending vacancies or new vacancies that you're adding positions to?
We added those last fiscal year, and they're pending to be filled,
Pending to be filled.
but they're not new.
They're not new, that's my question, yeah, including the paramedic, fire.
Correct.
Fire. So you're without these positions?
Correct.
Yeah. So why are they hard to fill, Kenny?
Well, echoing what the judge was saying, it's
Yeah.
it's pretty tough here in Nogales. We need to really look at that wage deal, which is separate from what we're looking at
competitive.
today in our operational expenses. But the attraction to keep people here and retain is so important.
Yeah. Also, if you go back here on the division chief, I know you don't, I know you have these in your memory, but there's a division chief fire marshal vacancy. Is that just came up? I thought you had a fire marshal.
That just became vacant during this last fiscal year, and we have finished an interview this morning, actually, for the third
great.
candidate. So we do have candidates that are in line and a request to fill going through the process of fit for duty right now. We hope to have that filled before the end of this fiscal
Do you
year.
have any positions that are in other areas in the city that are causing you not to hire a position in your department?
Correct, correct.
Which one is that?
There's a battalion chief
The
position.
battalion, that, oh, okay. So is that impede in your operational?
100%.
system?
We
So-
all get bags over our eyes because we're working extra.
Why,
those
why is that happening? Why can't they allow you to fill that position?
My understanding is it can't be filled until it's vacated.
And it's not vacated because it's an administrative decision up here that it's not vacated. So I'll be asking that question to our legal department, why that is not filled. I mean, it's almost like the department is being penalized for something that's not being done administratively. That's my opinion. I'm not asking you to
That's 100%.
opine on that.
But
You know,
the
it's me.
team and the morale that we have built for the fire department this year has really come a long ways. And
Yeah, it
everybody's
has.
picking up a little bit of the extra pieces to be able to share that load. But yes, everybody is doing more work and making more ends meet by getting paid and compensated less.
Yeah, so it's almost like administrative decision to not fill that position because they're figuring out what to do with this one position that was moved to some other department.
That's
And
what-
at the same salary, mind you,
Correct.
same salary at 81,000. Yeah, so 81,000 dollars being paid to do something else, but yet it's affecting the operational of the fire department. Okay, I will,
Our tactical response has been burdened, yes.
thank you.
How many fire marshals do you have, or how many battalion chiefs do you have right now?
One per shift.
One
Three,
per shift,
that would
so you
make
have
3. Mhm.
And you need an additional one?
No, 3.
Three is fine.
They rotate. We've discussed last fiscal year of having a D shift because every employee is blessed with EREs and benefits. We have vacations and times off and everything else. But as far as the specialty certs and everything, somebody else has to cover that responsibility when somebody takes time off, leave. And that's a normal benefit. But we have not entertained a D shift to cover those type of examples. But yes, there is a burden on that.
Okay, so what are you asking for this year for equipment and stuff like nothing this year?
No, actually, just touching on one of the line items is we did have budgeted also for the payments on the engines, and we've been saving a lot on our vehicle maintenance and repairs because of that. So thank you, council, for all of that. But I think we're going to skip a payment in the next coming fiscal year because we budgeted 2 payments for this fiscal year. Correct, Sergio? Correct. So it's a 0 on that. So it gives us the margin to be able to address the immediate needs.
Wow.
That's about a $480 savings in that regards.
Yeah, I have a question. You know, my concern is when I hear that the employees are doing a lot more are they getting overburdened or are they, I mean, they're still.
The beauty of the fire department is we're there for a reason. So we have identified the why and to provide that public safety as a number one for our citizens and our constituents. And we're just working more. So doing more with less is kind of the philosophy that we have. We're just here to do our job and to make the best out of it. We
But
have not received.
morale is good.
We haven't received more this year. We were lucky enough to get some of those firefighters that were below minimum wage at minimum wage. But we hope to address with our actions the integrity that we will be eventually compensated the way we should be so that we can move forward. We can work with the budget in the city of Nogales not to have that burden this year. We will fill those new spots, which is about $5,000 per new employee to equip them to be tactical response. But I think it's all manageable in the proposed budget that we have.
Thank you.
Just to clear up a little bit, just how we mentioned about how we had to increase some of the wages to minimum wage. It's minimum wage, the hourly portion. You know, like minimum wage of somebody, let's say at Public Works, it's about 32,000, approximately 32,000. Minimum wage for fire is about 45,000. So it's more the hourly amount, not the yearly amount.
Right, so it's 3,000 hours opposed to 2,000 hours of work.
Exactly.
That's the critical difference is you got a 2,900 and something hour.
2912 plus the average of 3033,
a
the city
year.
accepts 3033.
You got
hours.
it down.
So you've got built-in overtime before they work overtime. before you get called in for another shift.
And the overtime doesn't come in till after 114 hours because it's public
correct.
safety.
Correct, but it's already scheduled in there.
That's already, Sergio's taking care of that really well, and everybody's working well on that, in that minimum category, yes. The actual equipment is fantastic. Like I said, doing more with less, but the equipment doesn't operate themselves. So we do need staffing. So I appreciate you addressing that question to staffing. And as the baseball professional world would do, there's a lot of minor league teams out there that are losing their players because they're the farm teams and they go out to the majors. So eventually, if we don't address that situation, we will be a farm team fire department and everybody will have turnover and they will go looking how they can make their own men's meat.
However, every fire chief sits in front of their council at budget time and gives the same speech. And what that means is that it creates a situation where wages go up because the next fire department over just did it, so they do it. And then the third one does it, then the fourth one does it. And it's a leapfrog game. And a couple of years ago, I had to get together with the other city managers in Cochise County and say, okay, people, enough is enough. Because you're either not getting enough or the other guy wants to match you. And so at some point, you have to make the game to be played fairly can't be in a vacuum. We can't be all by ourselves out there. The fire departments need to agree amongst themselves. And Nogales is not a small fire department as rural fire departments go. Quite frankly, it's one of the bigger ones. And so we should be setting the pace and sticking to it rather than playing catch up all the time. And then once everybody has parity, then this game of, Nogales is paying X dollars, so let's up ours $1 an hour. Does nobody any good. But and same goes for police agencies. They do the same thing.
One thing to take note, thank you again for the support that we had with the community college and putting that EMT program that we're going to partner up with and help them with that. If you look in the payroll schedule, we do not have anything budgeted in our timelines as well for recruits. And that was an expense that incurred in the past few years. It did not happen this year and will not happen next year because we find the ability to be able to train these new employees with the certs that are required so that they can actually perform. And doing that with other avenues such as JTED and Pima Community College cooperation, it brings it here to our hometown and it's directly reflected in our budget. I think the norm is about $17,000 that are spent on green recruits. And we're trying to reduce that green recruit avenue by using the other avenues to get them their accredited college credits and certifications that are required throughout the state. A lot of extra work, but I think it's showing to be very frugal for the city of Nogales.
Yeah, there's a lot of growing that needs to be done there, but that's nothing but good.
Good question on overtime, Mr. Lariva, and Sergio, if you look at past years, we've been above the 300, 324, 352, and we're reducing it to 300. I know up to this year, you're at 249. But does that justify bringing it down all the way to the 300,000, or is it safe to keep it at 350?
It's a very good question, Mayor. That overtime goes directly towards staffing in that regards. If we're not picking up the ball and doing our staffing within the people that do show up to work, there is going to be an increase in overtime. There was a practice in the past to have acting people to act up and get paid a little bit more. Okay. In our instance, when we have battalion chiefs and we have the administration from the top down that's tactically ready, this year it's reflected in the budget as far as the overtime, that the administration that is equally responsible and and talented to response, they're stepping down into those vacant seats. So as I would step down into a battalion chief's role to fill that void when the battalion chief's not there, or a battalion chief will step down to a captain seat role. And ideally, if they have the certs of paramedic and whatnot, we're able to mitigate that overtime by not necessarily stepping somebody up and compensating them additional, but we have the ability to step them, shall we say, down into a seat. It doesn't step their payroll down, but it sure mitigates the overtime. We are targeted to have 14 on duty every day. And that's been tough to manage, but it goes back to the staff, managing staff.
Yeah, Mr. Chief Lariva has been managing the overtime more this calendar year, which is actually good because this is the fiscal year that the percentage of the pension, our percentage, it was higher. So, you know, that helped the city save money by controlling the amount of overtime being used by fire department. Because out of police and fire, the percentage for pension is higher in the fire. It's about 92% or so of the gross. So the city pays this fiscal year as up to June 30th, it'll be 92% of every gross amount that gets paid to fire. And so by lowering the overtime, that decreases the city's costs. The majority, correct.
Yeah, just to make a quick comment, it's because I harp on the unfunded liability. You know, it's debt to the city of Nogales, and there's not much we could do about it. So we'll pay into it. We should be doing. But thank you, because for me that's pretty smart to say. You know, the cost rises when you use that overtime. You don't use it wisely, and you've been able to do that.
Well, I
very
appreciate
smart
mayor and council and
to do
finance.
that. Yeah,
We're a municipality.
It takes everybody together, but someone's got to initiate that to say, you know what, I'm not going to use this overtime. I'm going to use this overtime, wisely, because at the end of the day, it affects our unfunded liability.
Yeah. Being
So the
being
business
fully
aspect-
staffed is the best case scenario. When you're fully staffed, that's the best case scenario. But there's always going to be overtime because we give people fringe benefits and they use them. So when somebody takes a 2-week vacation, Ken has to backfill it, and that's where it is.
Yeah, and their schedules already has a overtime built into the schedule. So it's already part of their schedule. Because they have 3 shifts, right? It's 120, 96, and then 120.
Correct.
So hours. After 106 hours, it becomes overtime.
So
their
they
schedule,
only get 14 hours of overtime
when they're
max.
scheduled to work 120 hours, automatically they're getting 14 hours of overtime in that check. So
That's the way it's budgeted then? The 14 hours is baked in?
excuse me?
So that's the way it's always been budgeted?
Yeah, it's
14
always been
hours
budgeted.
of OT?
So built in their schedule.
So if you go back to the PSPRS, the PSPRS always fluctuates. 1 year it goes up, 1 year it goes down, and it doesn't really go up. I mean, in the big scheme, we're still unfunded at 34 million. So it's not like it makes up years. There's been some years that goes up, goes down.
Yeah.
So this is the first year, at least, that I've seen it go down for PSPRS.
Yeah.
It's been
The
going
contribution rate,
up.
not the amount.
Yeah, contribution.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so we're gonna jump to page 30, which is Nogales rights.
Well, kind of. Should we do the?
I'm Eric Stewart,
housing and
interim
out of
Public
here?
Works Director.
I think we should,
Go,
because there's only
thank
one
you.
department, because he'll handle all the engineer and public works, so.
Yeah, he's
you
gonna
can
do all
your
public
department
works.
first.
So,
Yeah.
yeah.
So
So there's we've already made you cool your heels for 2 hours.
Already call you out, Eric.
So we can jump to page,
Unless you want to do public
you
housing.
want to do your presentation?
Mine's quick and easy.
So we can skip to page 62, which is Nogales Housing.
Thank you for that, actually.
Ya traía
The
frío.
last one here.
You've had that look on your face.
I didn't even think about it. So just quickly, I'm not sure if you all know, but the public housing budget is all 100% reimbursable to the city. So everything we do spend, everything here, we write a check to the city of Nogales. So all these monies, none of it comes from the city, it all comes from the feds.
Claro.
Just so you'll know.
Quick question, what happens if they end up increasing the let's say the employee salaries for housing? How, because I know you already had your budget meetings, and will that change something? Will that be a problem?
So in our budget I added a 3% increase just in case there is an increase. So we have
the
that.
cushion?
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And if you guys don't give the 3%, then it just stays there.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And that is why I'm like, I wonder how it affects if we end up increasing the salaries for the employees.
Yeah, our budget is approved in December.
Okay.
Any questions?
You cleaned up buildings, you painted, you did a lot of, you could say, housework last year. So I think the one thing I've seen is building insurance. Is that general going up? But
Yeah, it's an overall cost, and the majority actually of the building insurance is a lot of the buildings are from housing that they have, and that's why they have a higher amount. They tend to not have a final number, and if I'm not mistaken, I think next month they want to schedule they're gonna come down, so I'll probably contact you because they're gonna want to go and to every single individual building that we have insured, including the 2 new buildings.
I have a question. Do we have buildings from housing, since we're talking about insurance, that are in the FEMA flood plain or flood zone?
I don't know if we do.
Yeah, I wouldn't know.
Yeah.
If we do, it'll probably be the ANSA ones that are.
That's what I'm thinking. Was that on Lake Lou also?
Yeah, because if I could recall the map, how they expanded the way they drew it at the flood map in the county, but they're probably once they have the inspection, they're probably gonna request that. I know that they're looking into all that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the whole street is considered, so and then they have it expand the drawing outside of the street.
Leglo and Leglo and Zigueiros.
that's a freeway.
Yeah, because and we tend to increase it even more for those costs in case they say, you know what, this needs. I think we added about 15% more than what they normally have, just to make sure that we don't under budget and we have the correct.
John's holding out on us. Look at what's sitting at his desk.
That's what I saw.
We're, after we finish public housing, we need to take a break.
Okay.
Sorry, Eric.
No, but
So you guys have any other questions for Judy?
good job, Judy.
Okay, thank you.
Move around.
We'll take a 20-minute break or
Miguel's in charge.
what time out? Back at 2 p.m.? Or not even?
Food coming? Okay,
Okay, so 30-minute break then?
30-minute break for food.
Okay, thank you. 2:10. Reconvene to special session. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, all right, we're gonna do everything that Sergio says is Eric's responsibility.
So normally Nogales Rights fall with HERF Director Engineering. So you got engineering, HERF, and Nogales Rights.
Mr. Eric Stewart is doing public works and engineering both.
Yes. He also happens to have he is a professional engineer.
Wow.
So,
So why isn't he keeping this job?
well,
He wanted to meet council first.
he said something earlier about waiting to make that decision until you've got him through the budget and see if you still want him. So,
Are we officially on?
yes, we are.
Would you like me to start, Sergio?
Well, I just want to, we were discussing that they had capital, which was more actually to make it ADA compliant, right? For one of the vans. And we had, he just told me it's roughly about $5,000 more. So he's requesting to increase line item 6888, which is repair maintenance for vehicles, from 20 to 25,000 and remove the 10,000 from capital. And so that will be the change presented to you.
So I'll go.
So, yeah, if you have any questions for Eric, he's available.
Thanks, Sergio.
Mhm.
Mayor and council. So I just want to back up and explain my first 7 days here as a consultant to help as the interim public works director. We were faced with putting this budget together, and Sergio is very instrumental in helping us understand things since I'm so new here. And also Mr. Pockins helped guide us in the right direction to kind of even things out and not ask for more than we can afford. Most of these different funds, or I'll say departments we're going to talk about, are pretty much balanced to what they were last year or less. And so we did our best to cut budgets where we thought appropriate. There are lots of things we didn't ask for, and I'll mention those as we kind of go to those different departments. Nogales Rise was not one of those departments. It's pretty much what it was last year, plus some funding to improve the ADA access for one of the older vehicles. Are there any questions on that?
Is that the minibus?
I don't know exactly what it was, but it's got a problem with the door and the ramp.
Mhm.
Someone's got to jump out and kind of manually move things open and close.
Yeah, it should be our old one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. What's happened with we purchased a van. Is the van being utilized
Of the
for Nogales Rights? We have two vehicles.
they have two vehicles, correct? Two vehicles, and one of those is one that is this repair we're talking about for the ADA access.
Yeah, because the new vehicle had,
The new vehicle is okay. It was the older vehicle. Something about the ramp doesn't work right and the door kind of jams. So they're looking at repairing that.
At the end, two of the vehicles are going to be in service or not?
Two of them are in service now. One just needs a lot of TLC as it's operated.
Okay.
So the driver has to get out and kind of put the ramp down by hand for the wheelchair access and so forth.
Okay.
My curiosity, and I'm asking this question because I really don't know the answer. Nogales Rides is funded by the city.
yes,
Have we ever been federally funded for transit services? And/or has that ever been discussed? Because most communities under what they call the 5311 program through ADOT, a large majority of the expenses of running the system are funded. And I don't know if that's something you want to assign somebody to look at for the future, because that program will pay a large percentage of your operating costs and also a large percentage of your capital equipment purchases. So, you know, a new bus will cost you $100,000 to $150,000, depending on what size. Okay. The only thing that you know you got to be careful of sometimes, and a lot of people wish they hadn't done is your vans are small enough you don't need CDL driver. You don't want to cross that threshold because then finding CDL drivers becomes a lot more difficult, and they have to be recertified annually. So, and if they get a traffic ticket, they could lose their CDL. So it might be something that want to sign somewhere in Public Works sometime over the next year to look into that, see if and you know, it may or may not work for you, but if it does work for you, a lot of this money you're spending now goes away.
Thank you, Mr. Ponkin.
That's all I have.
When you mentioned that they have to be certified, the ones that the drivers that we have right now, they just have a regular license?
So a van or a bus of a certain size requires a CDL, commercial driver's license. Anything smaller than that is not required.
Almost like a truck driver's license.
Yeah, same thing as a truck driver, only different, a little bit different, but yeah, if you can operate the system below that threshold, and I think it's either 16 or 18 seats per unit, then a CDL isn't required. It's a lot easier to find folks because getting certified as a commercial driver requires some testing, and it requires you know, an annual recertification test, and it requires an annual physical. And so it just, you know, it's easier if you stay small. And I think you're doing, I think you're doing okay with what you've got.
So are you going to be responsible of letting somebody take care of that?
I think I just passed it on.
Okay.
No.
Didn't call him by name, though.
Oh, okay.
Made a note.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any more questions on Nogales Rights? Okay. Next is,
The next page will be page 31, which is the facilities department.
so again,
You can put those on the smart.
Thank you. Bueno, no está tan mal.
thank you, sir.
Senior center.
So again, under facilities maintenance, we tried to maintain what we had last year. The big increases are utilities, so 6835, and also 6885, which is repair and maintenance for buildings. There's one capital request, or two, multiple capital requests. We're looking at one new air conditioning system on the Nogales. Yes, sir. And then also new furniture for the admin building.
I have a comment, Mayor.
Go ahead.
In the senior center, I have requested the old city manager that if it was possible to add the other building that it's vacant right now and make it together so that the senior center will be a bit bigger because they do need much more space. So what happened to the other building, the one that is not going to be in use anymore?
Are you talking about the one that the detectives are in?
That's right.
Well, once we vacate the building, there's no plan, so I hear you staking your claim.
Well, I requested it, and apparently they were, well, of course, that's the past. Now it's your responsibility.
So, Eric, have you been over there
Have not.
to this? Okay. I'm going to ask Eric to go over to the senior center, maybe sometime when you're there.
Yeah, I will be more than happy.
Why don't you and Eric?
Have you been
together?
there at the senior
No.
center? They're crowded.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people that want to join the center, and there's no more space. Because what's there, the people there is there, they already have their own chair and their own seat, and you're not allowed to sit in that particular place because it's so crowded.
Well, since we are vacating that building.
Yeah,
I mean, that's an option to look at.
I'll really appreciate it
Yeah.
because they do need it.
Yeah, nothing to it.
So that means that in the future, I'm going to start going there. So I needed a bigger space.
You'll be,
Are you going to join me?
we're all going there.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. I'm thinking, I'm thinking that building's probably not, that probably needs new air conditioning too.
Of course. Oh,
We may want to look at that right away.
yeah, wait for that
Because-
air conditioning.
Can you get over there and assess that?
Yes.
Because if, we might as well put it in next year's budget.
Yeah.
We have to do it, let's do it.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Because I'm guessing it's the same air conditioning you've got in the other one right now.
for the whole thing.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. You visit the center.
Hey, I'm qualified to belong to a
Okay, you're more than,
Oh,
I fit the criteria.
just, as a reference, I've seen other senior centers and my God, they're beautiful, big, and I mean, they have space for everything. And this one is a tiny little place for a lot of people. And I think they deserve better.
were there any more questions about?
Yeah, I got a question about the furniture, $50,000.
That's for the Chase Bank building.
Oh, this building?
Yeah, the new administrative building.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
For the bank.
Right.
Correct.
Now, wasn't all that on the proposal of the remodeling of the bank building?
If it was, I was not included in those meetings. I know that they had increased the line item from the past management, because I know
Because
they
we
increased it.
increased 1.3 from the original
I did
cost.
see that. If it's included, then we can scrap
and it
that
was-
line item from here.
As far as I know, it was,
Using the line item from.
remodeled, finished and done, with furniture and everything.
Okay.
I don't recall.
Honestly, don't know if.
Yeah, I wasn't involved in those talks, so I really, I can't say I do know because I don't. But if they are, we can scrap that. We can still budget it and not spend it if it's already, and because I know there's still money
I
left.
think that's a good question for that McKinley.
Have a
Meeting,
meeting
yes.
on that building every Thursday morning. So if Sergio reminds me on Thursday morning, I'll ask the question.
Okay, please.
I have a question, Mayor, I have a question. So, I know that by the time, we start moving into that building, and you won't be here, Mr. Palkin. So I just wanted to talk to council a little bit about it, just a few minutes here. I know that the finance department, because I checked online, they spent an enormous amount of money on furniture. It wasn't even 2 years ago, right, Sergio? You guys remodeled that and all of that. So there's furniture and all that. So my question now is that this $50,000, I mean, just so that we can all be clear here, we still haven't made final decisions, who's going there, who's not going there, what offices will be utilized and so forth. I know that's going to be a future discussion that I'll probably put on the agenda, or one of us, or all of us. So this 50,000 is just allocated. It's just not, we can move it around. It doesn't have to be spent or any of that type of thing. It's just going to be there.
We got some estimates from Uline actually. And
Oh, okay, where you
so,
buy that.
and it was more like the basic, having a desk with drawers and everything for every single office.
Yeah.
That way, at least we had at least that budgeted in case we moved in, because according to them, we can be moving in maybe by the end of June. But again,
June, like this June?
yes.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
we wanted to make sure we had, furniture.
Sure.
We did, bring it up to past management and say, well, we can bring these, furniture, take it over. But having maintenance move it just from one corner to the other ended
Costs
up
money.
breaking one.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's not efficient.
And eventually whoever moves in needs desks as well, so.
Yeah. No, I was just wondering that. I know you've allocated $50,000, but of course we are going to look at this all over again.
Oh,
to see
yeah.
what offices are going
And it's more just to make sure we
allocate.
had an idea how much it costs us to have a desk in every office that's there. But, yeah, we want to make sure that we had that in there. And like I explained to the mayor, is if that was already allocated in the original increase, then the cost will just come out of there. It won't be, and it can, we can remove it, put it in reserve, or we can just leave it there and not spend it. Because, my experience of what I've seen, we might be budgeting, say, $120 million, and we just spent $50 million. So whatever we budget doesn't really mean that we end up spending it. Yeah.
Anything else in facilities?
So on page 33 is engineering. We were actually able to lower our other professional services, 6599, significantly. We now have a new staff member, an engineer in training that does CAD work. And so the idea was to do in-house design on things. So that was a cost savings to us. And that's the biggest change in this department. In engineering, we have 2.
Well, we have, actually, there's 3 positions. Right now, Eric is doing 2.
Right.
He's doing engineering and public works director. But if we needed to hire an engineer, there would be an engineer, an engineering tech. And what's the third one?
I want to say like
AutoCAD.
Thank you, AutoCAD technician.
What we used to call him.
Civil engineer, designer.
And does he design, or has he done any projects?
So.
Or are we just paying extra money for nothing?
He's in training.
No, because I remember when they did that, it was supposed to be like a temporary to see how it worked out.
Yeah.
But I've heard that that he hasn't done any projects.
That's true. And I want to say he's been there about 4 or 5 months.
Yeah.
Just came from streets.
So does he need it?
Very sharp, civil engineering degree. And like I said, he's an engineer in training.
No, but is he needed? I mean,
is he needed? Well,
because are we paying extra money for just having him, like employing him?
Well, so the savings is that I've shown here under 6599 is having an onboard CAD technician. And so the savings looks like it's about $90,000, and he doesn't make $90,000. So there's a savings to the city by having an in-house staff member. Now, with the city engineer on board, they can guide that person and seal the plans, and we can have in-house professional services like other agencies do.
And he is up to date on all his certificate. I mean, he's a
He's
verified engineer.
Well, he has a degree, and he's working towards his engineering training certification, and ultimately wants to get his PE. So, and so I have my PE, and as interim acting city engineer and public works director, I can help guide them on their designs. And I can seal those as long as they're bona fide employees. So,
So you'll be on top of that then?
yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a question on the payroll schedule for engineering. I'm a little confused here. So that vacancy you're filling in, of course, on the payroll schedules engineering on the back?
It's the payroll.
I don't have that one.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So my question would be to you. So that's a city engineer vacancy. That's Eric.
Correct.
That's Eric. I mean, I know that he's just filling in. And then you have a civil engineer and designer.
That's the CAD person we were talking about.
Okay. And then the senior engineer technician. What is that?
Teresita's position.
Oh, okay. That's where, okay.
Excuse me?
Go ahead. Yes.
She actually, she serves as a senior engineering tech. However, she does have a master's degree in, I want to say, civil engineering and a PhD in, I want to say, environmental engineering.
Okay.
Wow, okay. But those two positions. That mic drives me nuts. The civil engineer, designer, and senior engineer technician. Those are right now people, the positions that are actually in body. They're there.
In engineering.
You're just the city engineer is just you filling in for all the other
Yes.
public works director. I got it. Okay, I was wondering about that. Okay, thank you. Yeah. Great.
So that's engineering.
Okay, great.
We didn't offend you by calling you vacant, did we?
Nope. Page 34 is cemetery. I'm not sure if that's mine or not.
No, that's, we have,
Yeah, cemetery right now is part of Parks and Rec.
Okay.
so it'll be page 38, which is Irv.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, HERF. Big changes in the HERF fund under streets is, the big change is the $6.2 million from ADOT. And that's, I was told that's not a grant, that's actually, they funded that as a line item of theirs. Mr. Pocken, can you speak to anything about that? Did you hear that
Oh, the
ADOT was short?
$6.2 million.
They were short this year
Refund?
and they wanted to pull funds?
Well, I don't know if they're short, but that won't stop them if they want to.
Yeah.
You know, we got some intel last week through SEGO that the majority in the legislature is looking to claw some projects back. And the reason that he told me was because he thinks that's one of the projects they want to claw. So as luck would have it, we had,
Stacy Hamilton.
what's that?
Stacy.
Yeah, Stephanie
Stephanie Hamilton.
from the state legislature here on Friday morning. And she had also heard about it. And so she's working on it, and I'm going to send notes out to my friends in LD 19 because all three of them are part of the majority to let them know that we awarded a contract for construction on this project, and we would prefer not to have it clawed back. So now, the optimist in me thinks that all we got to do is let them know we're using the money and it'll be okay. But, you know, I've been wrong about the legislature before. So we're not taking a chance.
Thank you, Mr. Pocken. The other
So
item,
we're going ahead with the projects.
We are,
Yeah. We are moving forward with the projects.
we have, yes,
Yes.
and we're
yeah,
getting signed.
the one that you approved on Wednesday night,
Industrial Parkway.
yeah, Industrial Park, it's going. And I asked Eric this morning to step up the other two and get them in the pipeline so that,
I think the one that rushes the most is the media, the one by the Border Patrol. And then Frank Reed.
What's the name? Oh,
Frank Reed,
La Quinta.
La Quinta is, I would say, number two.
Okay.
it's
Excellent.
the one named after a hotel.
Well, so we're working to bring those before council in June.
Yeah, I want to be able to tell the legislators that these are projects that are
In process.
in process. We're not sitting around waiting to spend the money.
No. In fact, we have our kickoff meeting for Industrial Park Drive this Thursday with the contractor. So the other thing that changes here is other professional services, $65.99. That increase is due to, we have some in-house projects, but things like geotech engineering and whatnot are required for that. That and the $6.2 million, those are the big changes for this fund.
Is that the 30,000?
Yes, 30,000. Any questions on that? And Sergio, I can't really speak to the overweight fees on page 41. I'm not sure what that.
The overweight fees normally is, the engineer would either allocate it for any other, if in case they needed more for street projects. Like as in the HERF, we have about $500,000 for any other projects to work on. In case they wanted to add it to any type of street project, they will budget in the overweight as well in case they needed more. Right now, it's just all budgeted in the reserve for that fund.
Excellent. Okay, thank you.
Do you understand what it is?
I understand what it is. Yeah, it's great. Not many agencies get.
One of the few borders that has it,
Exactly.
or the only border.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Eric, Mayor, I have a question. Yeah, I was going to raise that point that Mayor Maldonado brought up, but also, how long have you been here? For a few months now, right? Or weeks?
7 weeks.
7 weeks, I know. Okay.
Count.
Yeah, now that we're budgeting for next year, there are a lot of streets or plenty of streets in Nogales that need to be fixed. And, I know Nogales is an older community and so forth. Is there any way later on we can kind of get an update as to what streets have been worked on, what streets are badly worn out? I'm not an expert in that area, but I do, go on the road and people call me, and some streets are really, really, really bad in certain neighborhoods. And so just so that we can kind of talk a little bit about some of these funds that are allocated, exactly how they're going to be used. And maybe we can even discuss it in a public meeting, and these streets will be chipped, or what do you call it, George, when you chip?
Chip seal.
Chip seal. Some of them will be totally, lifted up and sealed and whatever. I'm not, as you can see, I don't have the right terminology for all of this. But in other words, there's a lot of streets in Nogales that are just coming apart. And so maybe we can get a list of like streets that are, in your opinion, badly destroyed and need to be fixed immediately. And there's got to be some action so that the public can see we're doing something about their streets, if you will, because those are the things that people, want to see immediately. Our streets being, cleaned up, are they being fixed, are parks being cleaned, and so forth. Those are the, quality of life services that the city right away should be providing. So if we could do that, and then maybe in the future, before Mr. Paul can, maybe in the June meeting, kind of lay out some of the streets that the city will be fixing.
To anybody's knowledge, do we have a formal pavement maintenance program established?
No, they were working on something like that. And maybe there is, I don't know. I have no idea. Maybe there is, Eric?
If I may interject. I think it was 2017. Does that ring a bell? When someone came in and reviewed the roads.
The 32 projects.
And so they did a formal assessment where they drive a van through, and it's got video cameras, and they run the footage through a software, and it kind of breaks down the assets block by block, and the paved assets being the streets. It breaks down block by block and tells you what you have in the city and where the hot spots are and where the good roads are. So we have that data. I think it's from 2017. So typically in a city, you do that every 3 years, 4 years, 5. So it's been almost 9. So when I arrived here, so I've run pavement management programs for 5 different agencies. It's kind of my passion, that along with construction projects. When I arrived here, I identified that and talked to staff, and then said, hey, I'd like to get a proposal from a firm to come rerun the roads with the benefit that they use the latest technology, they prioritize it so that we optimize our dollars. We don't just jump on the worst first and forget about the new roads that need the fog seals, the chip seals, things like that. And then it's also split between, you know, the really good roads and the roads that are not good, the ones that need overlays or mill and fills or some full depth reconstructions. And then the ones that are really bad where we need to start over with everything, they'll break it out and put together a 5 and 10 year capital program for the city. And so ideally, that's another reason we talked about leaving money in the reserves for these things so that whoever decides to sit in this chair and work for the city can actually make that decision. But at this point, I'm focusing on getting roadway assessments done so we can create that pavement management program. So we're optimizing our dollars spent. And like you said, the seals and so forth. It's almost, every agency has done this and it's no one's fault, but everyone always jumps on the worst first, the allocated roads that are 35 years old. And so our goal is to address those, but also to split our effort amongst the whole array of roads that are in fairly good shape, new to middle of the road to full depth reconstruction. So I hope that answers your question. It's on our thoughts, and it's built into our reserves so that when we get a new city manager and a full-time public works director and city engineer, we can move forward with these plans of action. So it's on my list of things to do too. So you're welcome.
Okay, thanks, Eric.
You're welcome. So I guess we'll go to sewer if there's no more questions. Okay.
Yep, we'll move on to sewer.
The deduction on the sewer disposal fee is, what does that pertain?
So the reason that I removed the revenues for disposal fees, I spoke with Judy on Friday. And so the disposal fee is when you had a septic, people that had the septic business will go in front of Public Works and will dump it. I guess that was some type of issue that shouldn't be happening at the city. So they cut that service, so they have to actually go somewhere else where they have the disposal for that. And so we're not getting those revenues, so that's why we had to remove it from our budget.
Septage is multiple times more sewage than what you get from your normal collection. And because of that, certain loads of septage can upset the balance in your wastewater treatment plant and cause problems for the process. And so most municipalities have gone out of the business. I know when I was in Bisbee, we went out of the business about 10 years ago because it was just totally upsetting the chemistry of the wastewater treatment plant and causing us to have to make changes to the plant in order to deal with the septage. So believe me, those costs exceed what little revenue you're going to get from septage. So it's a good deal.
There were also high concentrations of metals. And so with the interest of the IBWC, our pretreatment officer talked about ways to mitigate that. which was to introduce testing to every dump that occurred into this station, and that just became cost prohibitive, and don't have the staff to manage it. So for that reason. Mhm.
I know that we have a Valle Verde water company here within the city limits. And I know they have big tanks where they store, and then they need to dump it into the system, city system.
Correct.
Is that part of the problem also?
Well, so the Valverde, they do a flushing of their system.
Flushing.
And they're under design now. I think they got a grant to do a design
But
for,
won't that overload our system?
it will come to our system. And so they've worked with our pretreatment officer to spell out what's required. And they won't be starting for another year on this. I lost a word here.
Welcome to the club.
Well, in other words, so they'll be
starting in a year, and we actually have sampling set up in the manhole downstream of this to test as it comes in. We've given them requirements of how much they can introduce into the system every day.
Okay.
And so at this time now
they pay for all the testing and everything.
They pay for all of it, and they also pay a fee per gallon to use our system. So
because basically they, if Nogales would have bought their system out years ago when it was for sale, we would have been better off. But now they're getting some of our grant money to do their own process.
Yeah, I think their grant money came from their water quality. And so I don't know if you've heard of PFOS and PFAS. And so those are an issue now with they're calling forever chemicals in the water.
But we're not losing anything by taking on their.
I don't think so.
Okay.
No, in fact.
And like you said, everything's organized and planned so that it won't overload the system. And of course, Mr. Light won't say you're contaminating us or anything.
Right.
No contaminants.
And we've been assured it's just potable water, but we're sampling anyway.
Okay.
Yeah. And then charging by the gallon.
So everything's under control there.
It is. And I'll tell you, our pretreatment officer he's one of the best. So he's tracking all of this stuff.
Okay.
Our city pre-treatment officer?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
That's good to hear.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. It's the only one we have.
Right. Yeah, no, right.
Did they ever the only city in Arizona that has their own pretreatment officer?
Did he ever get his new truck? I remember one time there was a place where he was going to get a new truck because he was driving an old banged up vehicle. Does he have a decent vehicle?
I don't know.
Check on that, because we on the budget we had ordered 2 new vehicles, not last year, I think the year before.
Yeah, a few years ago. I
Yeah,
recall.
remember that? They were the same, one for one department and one was for him.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think he ever got it. I think one of your public work officials sort of took it away from him.
Yeah, I can't.
I don't know what they gave him. They wanted something new. Anyway, that's.
Yeah, I can't speak to that, but I'll ask.
Usually goes to the bosses. Oh,
yeah.
So that's sewer, unless there are any other questions.
No, and he is very dedicated to his work and very straightforward.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting to find someone with that level of integrity.
Who's the person?
Daniel Arizmendi.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it
That is Mendez. Sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, not on the dot, it's not Travis.
I can't roll my R's like you guys.
Okay. Sure.
45, 46. 45 and 46 in expenditures.
I can't speak to the difference in the $1 million. Can you speak to that? On this fund, on this, under sewer? We're down $1 million and you had mentioned about that, but I didn't understand it.
Yeah, it's a cost of, there's a couple of costs there that went down, which is the reserve, professional service went down, almost every single line item.
Mhm.
From PRE because of the pension, professional service, cut, contractual services, which affects the operating transfers as well. That's mostly the reserve and the capital.
Okay.
So, when we pay IBWC, it's 1.2 a year.
It's an average about 1.2 a year. That's what we've been budgeting. This year, so far we just had 611. Still waiting for 2 more invoices. And normally they're small. It's quarterly. They tend to send them December, March, I think September, but we never got the one for December. We got 2 of them together in March. Was the one that we normally get in December.
The same fiscal year.
I was looking for some notes here on that.
Sergio?
Yes.
On the same one with Mr. Light down there at IBWC, we pay 1.2 million a year. Does that include the parallel lines that we have in Rio Rico from the warehouses that dump into the IOI? How is that broken down now that?
It's all.
Talking about the wastewater that's collected from Rio Rico?
Well, actually, I'm talking about the warehouses that I guess like Love's and those areas. They I think for some reason Nogales was doing the permit process and everything else. I'm not sure, but those lines are part of the flow that end up there at IBWC. And are we being charged for that, or how are we collecting?
I wouldn't think so, but
I think we charge them. We charge them, and that's part of the bill that we get from.
Who do we charge?
I know that when they set up, if I understand, I think what Danny Arizmendi she had explained is that it goes into the cost when they're building but when they do have an account with us, they pay it. If they have any type of account with Rio Rico Utilities, that's we bill a percentage of that amount also that we could bill back to Rio Rico Utilities. And I think it was part of the litigation.
But they don't handle the sewer flow or anything like that. That goes.
I'm not seeing anything on
that's
the side.
It's more of the user fees that we built Rio Rico Utilities.
And those warehouses, would they be on file there? That not well, it'd have to end up at your department.
Yeah, if they have an account with us, they get billed from by us. We bill them, and so it's part of the utility user fee.
And can we get that information?
I can have
Sure. I'll give you a list of the warehouses out there,
Sure.
and then tell me who's paying and who's not.
Sounds good.
Because I think the city might be getting shortchanged.
Yeah, and I mean, it's hard when you have new people also that don't, we're not aware of what contracts were done before, or who pays what. I know Danny Arizmendi, he's very knowledgeable when it comes to, because he has to inspect those areas. So I know about the lines. I know he mentioned something like that before when Jackie was still here, but I don't.
I had mentioned it.
Give me the information.
To Jean at one time, but she never really gave me the information. She just said, "No, everybody's paying," but I'd like to see it in black and white.
If we bill them, they pay.
I want to see it in black and white.
Yeah, no problem. Let me know, and I'll get that.
Okay, I'll get you a list.
Sergio, I have a question as far as payments with the IBWC. Did at what point did we stop making payments to the IBWC a few months ago?
Not a few months ago.
Or a year?
We just got a bill in March for both 2 quarters already from IBWC, and we paid them.
Okay.
Which shows that 611,000.
Okay.
That was way back a year ago.
Yeah, a couple of years ago when it was under litigation, it was still.
We're holding.
I'm talking about just recently a decision that I just want to clarify that our former public works director had made a decision not to be paying into the IBWC.
Oh.
That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I think it was still deciding what was going to be the cost for the city because we were not maintaining it. It was going to go past. It was going to move everything back to them, and then they were going to bill us because I know they have certain costs, and they bill us a percentage of those costs is what they bill us quarterly, and then from that amount that we get billed, that's how we determine yearly. We determine how much a percentage of that. Again, because it was an agreement with City of Nogales and Rio Rico Utilities that they'll pay back a percentage of that.
Okay.
I just got to note that the pretreatment guy does have a new vehicle. I wanted to go back and also answer another question. So the you're welcome. Another thing was the staff is aware of maybe a loss. I'm going to say a loss of inventory of sanitary sewer that exits into the IOI, and so I'm going to say lost inventory, and so. Well, it's one of those things like we think there's a connection here, but we're not sure here, kind of a thing. So what we're doing is we're.
Recorded storage.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Part of our water and wastewater modeling of our system is to go back and double check inventory for everything coming into the system, everything leaving the water, and everything coming into the sanitary sewer. So by this time next year, we hope to have accounted for these things. So, and it'll answer a lot of questions that we all have about who's connected, who's not. Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Maybe see, make sure everybody paid their connection.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah.
Right. Right.
Yeah, that's like $100,000.
Yeah.
No. The monthly bills operate the system.
Right. So that was.
So they need to be.
Also, before we change to department, on line item 6899, which is other contractual services, page 45. 6899, other contractual services. And this is to answer Councilwoman Montiel's regarding how much we pay. It doesn't come out of finance. It comes out of the enterprise funds to pay for the billing. So that's what I got that information right now. So it's the billing, which is for the postage and also for the services of the billing. It gets split between the 3 enterprise funds, and it costs the city approximately about an average of $50,000 a year, which is still less than an employee. Let's say we hire another employee, it costs that. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's sewer.
That's sewer. Sewer and pretreatment, which is 47 is pretreatment. And that's just the one person department that we have to have separate for. It's still part of the sewer. Go to page 49, that's water.
So I wanted to mention that there are things that we haven't asked for and Councilman Bonanno mentioned it earlier, but I wanted to talk about those. So when I first arrived, I asked staff to share with me some of their maintenance, operation and maintenance processes. One of the examples I asked for was, what does our valve exercising program look like? And I was told we don't have one. Now, just so everyone understands clearly, the valves are pretty much every city block. You have a valve in either end so that you can transmit water and then shut down that block so you can work on it to serve and let the rest of the city be served, but shut down that block. And so I was told 10 years ago we stopped that program because every time they exercised the valves, they would break them. And a broken valve or a valve that breaks easily is a sign of a valve that's not maintained, it's not exercised properly. So let's just say over 10 years ago, we stopped having valves that operated fully. Why that's important is when there's a fire or something, and if there's a broken valve near a hydrant where firefighters need that water pressure, then we're in trouble. They're compromised. And I've been in scenarios, not in the city, but in scenarios where I show up to a scene as the public works director and ask the fire chief, what can I do to help? And he says, I could use some water pressure. And they're hauling water to put out a fire. So that's a program that we're not asking to be funded. If I were, it would be a $6 million program, but it would be probably spread out over a 10-year period. But we're not asking for that right now. So there's things that we're not asking for, although they're on our critical list of things to provide. Another one would be a couple of years ago, there was a SCADA device that was not acting properly and didn't turn off the water pump that was filling the Crawford tank. That's a 2 million gallon tank. So during that weekend, it overflowed. I couldn't tell you how much it overflowed. And it washed out part of the slope downstream of the tank. I just got a proposal for, I want to say, $60,000 from a forensic engineering firm that would help us design, not rebuild it, design a slope in that, or design a repair for that slope. That's not something we're not asking for. And so there's lots of critical items of things that we would like to ask for, but there's just no funding that allows for it at this time. So,
May I ask a question?
yes.
Is the tank safe though, or didn't it go to the point that
So,
tumble or something?
good news, bad news. So the slope sloughing away seemed to stabilize, and it did because the pipe network underground, where it was leaking and pulling the slope away, that is now all solid ductile iron restrained joint pipe. And so that portion doesn't have the same tendency to have failures that the portion that's already washed away. So to answer your question, it's safe at this time, but it's on our critical list to find a way to take care of it.
Would the monsoons affect it?
The monsoons won't affect it to that extent. However, it's on our critical list of things to watch. And as we start these road projects, we'll have leftover materials that we'll be looking at possibilities of backfilling the slope with. And then through some line items we have in professional services, hiring geotechs to kind of help us with that. But no one's going to design it for us. We'll have to use our sound engineering judgment for that. So,
Thank you.
and again, this is a tank that to replace it would be $10+ million. So we don't want to lose it.
I think, Eric, that at this point, I know you're not asking for those 60K, but I think that should be taken care of yesterday. Because like you said, if that water tank collapses, it's, we're going to lose the slope. We're going to lose, obviously, the tank. We're going to lose. So it'll be like maybe $15-20 million to get it back to where it was, if we can ever get it back to where it was.
Right. And
So that we
large
should
tank.
prioritize these 60,000 on this budget, Eric, for that.
we'll find that.
Okay, so let's move there. And at the bottom of page 49, your total revenues projected for this fiscal year, next fiscal year, sorry, is let's just call it 3.1 million. Okay. And if you look at page 52, which is the bottom line for the expenditure side, that number is 4.3 million. We have no carryover balance. It's all gone. So that means this projected budget is in the hole $1.266 million. But who's,
Yeah. You cannot balance that.
I round to the nearest million. He gives me the exact number.
It's not, have no carry forward.
Right. So now, okay, so $1.2 million gets us everything on the expenditure side, okay? Which was done pretty conservatively, quite frankly.
Very conservative.
In fact, the three of us sat around for about an hour and a half just on this one, trying to figure out the best road to hoe. So the question is, if what we proposed here just keeps the system operating and doesn't make any repairs, if we're going to do any repairs, then you have to borrow more, which could be Salo money well spent, what you were just saying. We would just have to transfer more in or loan more in to solve that one problem, which I'm not opposed to, by the way. But you needed to know the picture. That's the picture.
Well, Steve, you proposed 1.2 million, get it from our reserves into the water, right? That's what you proposed, 1.2?
Did the auditor express a?
Auditor says there's no carry forward, so there's no reserve.
No, but did,
No. Yeah.
Oh,
from the general fund.
Yeah, the general fund, yeah.
Did she express a preference at all if we were going to borrow?
General fund.
General fund? Okay, so what we would do is work it out to have a loan made to the water fund from the general fund. And we'd have to have Joe work that up, the paperwork. The question is how much?
Yeah, and one of the things that the concerns that came up with from the auditors is if you're going to loan money to any fund, let it be for this instance like the water fund, they also have to be able to pay it back. And they're not feeling comfortable sitting at, that's something that they express. They're like, we don't feel comfortable with this audit looking at the numbers because sanitation is right behind it and then sewer's right behind that one as well. So it all affects all
2 months ago, 3 months ago, we had 3 months ago, we had an issue or more where we had supposedly over 200 accounts that weren't even being charged. We had a construction company, a street construction company that had a open line on a
fire hydrant.
Fire hydrant.
Yeah.
Where are those numbers as to recovering anything as, in our budget or in our revenues of all those accounts?
So my understanding is from past management, they were able to collect from one of the construction companies, but that comes in as revenue for this fiscal year. The deficit as per the count.
We collected for 1 year, not for the many years that they were.
No, it's for the whatever balance that they had. I don't know if there was any type of adjustment. Again, I wasn't included, but I know that they were able to collect part of it. I know we're putting locks and we're having more reinforcement of making sure that when we assigned a meter for fire hydrant to a certain location, that's the only location, but they have the tendency of grabbing it, taking it over here, taking it over there.
A floating meter.
Yeah, a floating meter. So, but I think I spoke to the fire chief and he explained to me that even if they put a lock and they put a meter, that they can still get, if they have the tools that can be able to take the water out of the place where there's no meter. So if they have the tools to get water out, they can skip.
Yeah.
So they may be using more water.
There's 3 ports on every hydrant.
So it's more of a self, reporting kind of deal with, and some of, we have no control of, and unless we have somebody policing the fire hydrants. I know they sell certain locks, but it can be costly to replace, at least for the areas where we can have different options. One of the things that we discussed, we're like, well, if we end up getting locks, we would only assign, instead of buying all the locks, because I know it get costly, we can say, well, we're going to buy for certain fire hydrants and put the locks on those, and those are the only ones we'll let those fire hydrant meters stay. That way they can't take it out of other places. But it's happened, and it has happened in the past, and we're just trying to see how we can. Yeah.
How many hydrants do we have?
937,
Is that a round number?
roughly, plus or minus 1. Now, not all of them are operational.
Sergio, I have a question. It's been discussed in the past that for some reason some people think that if we will recover all these monies that these past accounts these people haven't paid, it's not enough to offset the. No.
It's not gonna, yeah.
It's not going to do a dent, as a matter of fact, right?
No.
And quite frankly, while it's a good idea to recover whatever we can recover, it's a very time-consuming process, and it doesn't really help us in the short run get back to square one. And because some of those people, even if you know who they are, they're gonna do everything they can to avoid paying. And then if you take them to court, then that's another year.
Most of these, Sergio, most of these people have been placed on contracts anyways, right?
Some are placed on contracts. Recently, actually, we've been staying on top. Now that I explained that we have been catching up and closing the day. So now we understand, by having that being caught up day by day, we know now that we can say, well, we can run agent reports and say, well, we got so many people that haven't paid in a certain number of months. When they were caught up to the close of the day, it was hard to determine which ones was accurate. So now that we're at the point where we're starting to collect more, because now we know exactly who still hasn't paid for either 2 months, 3 months, or more, and we're closing accounts. We're having them come in, pay a good amount, doing new contracts. So we're catching up. So we're getting back into the routine to be up to date on everything. But again, still doesn't. It's not a $1 million extra that we're going to be getting. And then we go back to accounts that are connected with Valle Verde Water. There's no way for us we have our new collector specialist that he's been calling and bringing in new contracts, people, making contracts. But when it comes to the sewer, they can come in and do a contract. That doesn't mean that they'll pay it, because we have no way of controlling how we close them, because they're just like, well, they just come in to get to stop the collector calling it.
Yeah.
So, but we try to make sure that when they do a contract, we collect a good amount also, as much as we can.
There will always be bad debt in utility systems.
Could I say something? It's just like, I know you're saying that it won't make a dent, but to me, every penny that we get back from warehouses, are you guys checking out too to make sure that they're all connected and they are paying?
Yes, and that is something that we're trying to be on top of it. And now that we're like I said, we're back, to date, then we can start, because there was no, we could start collecting from, for meter violations, because we did have people that would switch the meters, so we start going backwards. So it makes it harder for us to build. So now we're putting locks, tags, we're doing everything that we can, and then when we close accounts, then reconnection fees. It's an increase of fees that we can start collecting now that we're on top of it.
So, Mr. Steve, so what do you think, or even Sergio, seeing that 1.2 will just get us to where it get us, but we still need to pay for some more stuff. You think 1.5 or 1.6, and I know the issue that the auditors feel uncomfortable because we have to raise the water rates.
Correct.
And the only way they're going to feel comfortable.
After spending an hour on the phone with the auditor 2 Fridays ago, the one thing that will make them comfortable with us doing this is increasing the rates. That's it.
And can I ask you something else? I understand, Steve, that we can take care of this as mayor and council to raise the rates. There's another entity that will, if we don't take care of this, they will do it for us. Am I correct? We're at discussion with WIFA.
Actually, it was our consultant, Wildan Financial,
Yeah.
that's kind of leading us along the
Michael.
path with our WIFA program.
Yeah, and he'll be here probably before the end of the month.
But he did tell us,
He's still waiting for the date.
Okay.
So he would like to, one of the things that Michael offered, he said that he's willing to come down and explain everything that it comes to, he's like, I can sit down with two at a time or one at a time, spend, a few hours. That way I make sure that when we bring the discussion to one of the council meetings, that you guys, that's not the first time you're hearing about it. That way you guys are more informed, and he's willing to come down and stay the whole day here and meet either 2 by 2 or 1 by 1, however you guys want to. And he just asked for, give me a date and I'll plan it to go down to Nogales, and that way I can inform them as much as, so you guys can have as much information of how it affects other things financially.
And I think he'll want to visit a council meeting too.
Correct.
And he probably will want to, Serge and I are still working on the PSPRS issue, which by the time we invite him down here, he'll be able to talk to you about that as well.
Yeah,
To see, because, I mean, there's 2 or 3 options there, one of which is to do nothing. But we want to beat that one completely to death before he comes down here and talks to us about it. And so, but that's not the subject of this is the subject. And the question is, not if we need to do a rate increase. The question is, how much period of time? Because you probably don't want to do it all in 1 year. Okay. You'll want to get back within a period of time that the auditor's comfortable with, and that Michael's comfortable with, because Wildan will have a lot to say whether or not we can continue to do business with WIFA in the future as well. And we will need WIFA in the future.
yes, we will. So the question is, one of the decision right now, I guess, from both of you is how much we have to transfer,
I think.
which is kind of hard because we haven't raised the rates, so.
Yeah, well, what I'd like to do is maybe tomorrow answer that question, okay? Because that way, in the meantime, Serge and Eric and I can get together and decide what we absolutely got to do. And then that way, we've got a good number for you.
Good, yeah.
Other than that, it's just a basic everyday water system. Okay, are we done with water?
Sure.
Go ahead.
With Michael? Mhm. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Times right now. Dates and times are open.
Okay. I'll note that.
We're open May 18th.
Sorry, Miguel, what do we have on May 19th? Oh, May 19th is the interviews with
City
the
manager.
Mm-hmm.
candidates.
On the 18th or the 19th?
19th,
At 12
19th
p.m.
at 12 o'clock in council chambers.
Council chambers and executive session.
At 12.
Yes. Oh,
So the 18th,
19th.
the 18th or something.
19th.
19th,
Sorry.
19th, for
Sorry.
18th.
Just being organized.
You can put me at the same date, just a different time circle.
We can do all 3 days.
Well, 2 at a time.
2 at a time.
I wouldn't do more than 2 at a time.
Before I- okay.
So that's water.
Sanitation.
Sanitation. Okay, sheet 54.
Sanitation is 53 and 54.
Not asking for any capital this year. Some of the big changes are other professional services. So there's,
I'm sorry, there is a small capital for sanitation, right?
oh, is that bin, recycling bins? Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Bad. Okay, so the capital we're asking for is for dumpsters and trash receptacles, right? Thank you.
What line item is that?
Capital is,
What, for the receptacle?
yes, thank you.
Yeah.
199.
All capitals are 99s.
Is that 54?
Let's,
55.
thank you.
I have a question. What do you do with the old containers?
The ones that we're replacing have been destroyed
Really?
beyond use functional. They're not functional.
Because I remember in past years, we donated to, well, of course, I don't know if it's possible again, but to across the line, some people, they requested them.
And from what I understand, if they are donatable, they would donate, but I'm told that these are
These are the small containers, not the dumpsters.
Yeah, the small containers.
yeah,
What happened that time, Councilwoman Lopez, is that I made two. One for a church that you asked me, and another one for an orphanage. But those containers, they did us a favor of because most of them were not serviceable, so they got a little. It needs a wheel. They put a wheel. They put a cover, but there was a bunch of them that were not serviceable. So they sort of helped us out and made it functional. But these containers were kind of like on their last legs.
These ones that
The
you have
ones
right
that
now?
we donated last time. So these, I imagine, if we just threw them out, it means that they were destroyed. They weren't any good.
I mean, but that said, I mean, you know, I've done that before between Bisbee and Naco. You know, Naco's happy to have some of
In
those
here, they happen
containers,
the same thing.
But even if they're not totally serviceable, if they can fix them like Mr. Bonilla says, put new casters on them or lids or whatever, or, you know, take two and make one good one.
right.
I mean, if they're at all serviceable, we'd be more than happy to donate them.
Oh, okay. Let me know and I'll find out some of the people across the institutions that they're more than willing to accept them.
Give us a feel for how many you're looking for.
As many as you have.
Okay.
Yeah. Otherwise, you're going to get rid of them. So we can donate them. Okay.
Thank you. I wanted to mention one of our line items that's changed is other professional services.
Page 54.
54, item 65-99. And so we're requesting $100,000 for this line item. And what we're looking at is there's been lots of questions about sanitation. What do we do? How do we make it more efficient? Lots of questions. We're proposing we bring in a consultant that specializes in this and says, okay, what do you got? What do you want to do? And give us 4 options of what we can do to make the system more efficient, how to operate it better. I've been in a scenario with the city of Prescott where we did this and they gave us options A, B, C, and D, and then brought it to staff, and staff says, we'd like D. And I was surprised they did it because They eliminated all the holidays except for 3, and staff was on board with that. They also had where they were working so many 10-hour days in a row, and then they'd take so many days off. Then they would rotate in crews. They used less vehicles, so they needed less equipment. There was less holiday pay because they said, we want, Christmas, Thanksgiving, Easter. And so, but we're proposing to bring in a consultant to help us think outside the box to solve a problem that so far really hasn't been solved. And that's what that line item is for. So.
Mr. Stewart, is so that waste management that we had considered, that it's out the window to bring in the waste management company?
Not necessarily. I've heard mention of it, and I don't know if anyone can speak more about this, but.
Talking about it.
Okay.
And in fact, Mr. Bonilla and I have discussed it 6 or 7 times already. I think we ought to examine going out of business and going to a contractor as an option. And like I told Mr. Bonilla, there's pluses and minuses to everything, including having your waste picked up by a contractor. The biggest thing I worry about with contractors is do we now and will we in the future have competition to keep the prices low? Okay. Now I know waste management dominates almost every rural market in Arizona right now. Okay. But that doesn't mean they're alone, because I know Republic Services has been getting more and more aggressive, if you will, at going after business. And so if I think one alternative we need to examine is, number one, does competition exist? Viable competition, okay? Because if, they're going to come in and bid one time and then never again, because typical waste management contract, okay, a contract to manage waste is usually right around 3 years. And then they come back and you have to bid it again. And if after the first time around we only get one bidder, then we're going to lose the competitive edge and the prices are going to go up. And now, while I can't totally guarantee that we're always going to have competition, I believe that in our environment here, there's enough household stops, and some of them may already have commercial stops because we're not allowed to have a monopoly anymore as a municipality, that they could come in and, it's hard for me to comprehend spending $4 million a year to pick up garbage.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's what we're doing. And so it has to be one of the options at the end of the day.
Right. Of the options.
And lowering our costs without going to that option is also another option.
But we feel it should be looked at very carefully and not just kind of internally, but externally with consultants that do this for a living. So.
And if we do this, I think one of the past discussions that we had, I think I had it with Ana, is that if we do this, if the city continues to bill the customers, maybe we can come in with sort of with waste management, and it doesn't have to be with them. It could be maybe with Republic. I don't know. But maybe we can have some sort of maybe a 5% left over from every payment, and from there build down a little bit. I don't know if that's possible, but that's something that we looked at with Mr. Kramer. But that was just a discussion that we had, like very brief. He said that maybe it was between 10 and 15. But we never got to really see actual numbers, but that could be a possibility too if we play our cards right. So just like I said, it could be one of many possibilities.
Well, if we end up hiring a contractor that bills the city, then we will be still billing the customer, and the space in between, that's your call.
Go ahead.
I just have
quick question. How many residents contract with an outside, agency? I know that there's some businesses that do, and I know some friends of mine do. They're not tied to the city of Nogales for whatever reason, but is that taking a lot of business from the city of Nogales? Has anybody ever looked into that?
So I'll have to find that answer out for you. I don't know that answer.
Just curious.
So specifically, how many folks within the city do not contract?
Within the city limits, do not
contract.
have the city pick up their trash, and they have this business, what's it called? Waste management do it, or any other, but usually it's waste management, because I see some of those trucks picking up some of our neighbors' trash. Also, and there's just another question I have. And I'm glad you're looking at it. I know Mr. Kramer did too. I haven't figured out what day they pick up. I know what dates they pick up our trash, but which bin does this one go out? So here in the morning, my husband just takes both bins. Sometimes he'll pick up one, sometimes he'll pick up both, sometimes. So it's so inconsistent. And I'm sure it's costing money too. So I just thought I would throw that in. Maybe you're right. So to validate what you're saying, we do need someone to look at this. I agree with you.
We can also share it on our website to kind of show it in case the customers want to find out. We can have them. We can have IT update that information.
The pickup dates and stuff like that.
Well, not just the pickup dates, but we don't have recycling. So what's what difference? I mean, because I put up my trash, sometimes they're overfilled, so I put the blue recycling bin out, and it won't be picked up but it goes to the same place.
Right, and so
maybe changing the way it's either putting all the trash at the same time getting picked up. It just depends on how you guys decide to do it, and then we can promote it and put it on the website.
So we change
how we normally do
put
it.
it out just because we're thinking, well, we don't know what they're going to pick up today, so let's just take both of them out.
Eric, do we know how many residential stops we have? You knew that other number.
Yeah, that's a number I don't have. I can get it though.
I'm thinking it's in the 5,000s maybe somewhere.
Wow. On a daily basis or?
No,
total.
Total, okay.
Yeah. Well,
Twice
here's
a week.
something that
Should
happened.
be the same as the
down,
water.
by people smarter than I was when I worked there. They ended up contracting for residential pickup, and I think in their case it's Republic Services. And the contract requires them to pick up every stop on the same day. So if Tuesday is your day, everything gets picked up on Tuesday. That requires more resources in town for one day. But if you think about it, rather than picking up garbage 4 days a week or 5 days a week, it probably costs them less.
Gas and everything.
And they were also picking up the recycle bin on the same day. They'd get the trash in the morning, they'd come back around in the afternoon and grab the recycling bucket. So, I mean, there's all kinds of possibilities of doing this more efficiently.
Our service is twice a week, right?
Yeah. Now,
it all depends on the neighborhood. I know in our neighborhood, Monday you could put both, and Thursday you could just put one.
then you could go to, I mean, you need the state to agree, but you can go to 1 day a week service as well.
No, they'll bill us.
That's exactly what I'm saying. Like,
Well, you know what? That's what they said in Winslow too. They'll kill us. And guess what happened? Absolutely
they got
nothing.
over it. Because, like in my neighborhood, we get our trash pickup Mondays and Thursdays. Mondays is trash. Thursday is
Supposed to be,
recycling.
yeah.
Recycle.
It's whatever you
So
got
it
out.
doesn't really matter.
That's
So we
what I
could,
mean.
crunch it to one pickup, all trash a week, and that would save, that would save a lot of money.
I think, and even even in Rio Rico, that when they have the people that have contracts, it's once a week.
No, is that right?
So
It's once a week. Yep.
It's nice having one. I think it's a great concept of one pickup. Well, we do need to consider that we have, I think it's 67 point some tons of trash. So,
Well, here it works okay. I think in hotter climates,
yeah.
if you're in the valley, you probably want twice a week pickup. for obvious reasons.
Is that consultant board to be hired sometime soon?
Well, if council decides to go that direction, we would start immediately.
Do you need to put a number in here for that, Eric?
He already has.
I
You
did.
already have? Okay,
It was kind of a mid-range number.
okay,
And on that task force of,
Okay.
we would probably ask for an executive member on that too, just to sit in to kind of hear the talks and the direction we're
perfect.
taking, so.
We're getting close.
Sweet.
I don't know, Mr. Mayor, I've got a 4:00 meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to break till tomorrow?
Break it till tomorrow.
We're down to internal services, so.
Break
Let's,
it right there.
yeah, 11 tomorrow, Miguel?
Yes, tomorrow. So
Okay,
we'll
thank you.
break till tomorrow. Thank you.